Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food and not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code HEALTH at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code HEALTH at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Delivered. Bryce Young is yours. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The quarterback one for the Carolina Panthers is now under contract on this glorious Friday. So what a time to have a free-for-all, baby. You already know what it is. The show for Panther fans by Panther fans. Welcome to the C3 Friday free-for-all. I am your host, Cody Lashing. If you would like to join the discussion and be a part of the show, hit that link I have pinned to the top of the chat in the YouTube description. It is also under the video and the YouTube and the Facebook doobly-doos underneath the videos. We appreciate each and every single one of y'all for joining the show today. We have a big show, as we always do. And you know I'm going to do it with the Friday Free-for-All faithful. Don't worry, Pickle is stuck in traffic. He'll be here as soon as he can. Until then, let me go to some of these other C3 soldiers that we have up in the room. First up, my man, the brand ambassador, Don D's Ill Skills. What's up, brother?
What is up, Mr. Cody? Never fear. The brand ambassador is here on a Friday, and I'm ready to get rocking, talking about some Panthers football. Let's go, guys.
Happy to have you, as always, my brother. You made the Friday free-for-all even better than it was, so we're happy to have you, man. Next up, my man, we go back and forth at each other, but I think we make each other better fans at the end of the day. It's my man, Anthony, C3 Anthony Piccarello. What's up, brother?
What's going on, brother? Nothing much. Happy to be here finally at my computer for once. I've been working a lot, but I'm ready to support C3 and have a good Friday and talk about this Bryce Young deal that we got done. And obviously, the disrespect they give us in Madden every year, man. But, I'm always going to be here. So let's roll.
Yeah, man. Anthony is the door dasher to the stars. I mean, legit, Anthony, bro. Anthony has to connect to the higher ups in Charlotte, bro. I'm telling you, man, DoorDash will take you places for real, bro.
For sure, man. For sure.
Yeah, man. Next up, the man of many jerseys. He's an Ohio State fanboy, but he's also a Panther fanboy. It's my homie, JJ. JJ, what's up, bro?
What's up, everybody? It's JJ back, and we here for another Friday free-for-all. Y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, great.
Loud and clear.
So, another Friday free-for-all. Join the link if you want anytime. We got 6 people up here. Can hold up to 10. On Mondays and Thursdays, we go on Twitter Spaces. Me, D's Ill Skills, and Panther Pickle. Mostly those two. I don't know why I included myself, but they tried to at 6:30s. I noticed yesterday there was quite a handful of people actually just there to listen. So
yeah,
I figured keep advertising that. Hopefully we could just keep growing that number because it's honestly it hit double digits quicker than I thought it would. So
yeah, man, y'all check out our boys on Twitter, man. They're doing these C3 Spaces on Twitter. Bro, C3 is giving everyone an opportunity to talk about the Carolina Panthers, man. That's what we do. And you boys are carrying the torch perfectly, man. Pickle, D's, Anthony, JJ, y'all are killing it over there on Twitter. Check out these men, man. They're doing a great job. Next up, hey, yo, Kyle, I'm going to put you on full screen, man. Because let me tell you, my brother got that drip tonight, y'all.
That is pretty.
Oh, that's cold as ice, bro. My man, 910 Panther fan Kyle. Happy to have you all dripped out. Brother, how you doing, man?
Great, man. Wonderful to be on another Friday. I won't miss it for the world.
Yes, sir, man. And hey, plug your brand new YouTube channel, man. Kyle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The foray
Yes, sir.
of Panther and Hornet talk. Tell them where they can find you, man.
Yes, sir. So I started a new channel. Just started posting last night. I'm over on Charlotte Sports 1. You can find me on YouTube. Just looking for as many opinions as I can get, as much content as I can push out there, It's an open space for the Panthers and the Hornets. So we can talk basketball, we can talk football, we can talk just Charlotte sports, and I'm about it. So I hope I see everybody there.
Yeah, man. Like I've always said, the rising tide lifts all boats. There's enough likes and subscribers for everybody, man. So support my man Kyle. I definitely appreciate you being here on another free-for-all, man. And then last but not least, my man, happy to have him back again, is Michael Wydrick. Michael, what's up, dude? Oh, I think you're muted, Michael. Oh, I'm not picking up your audio. Jump out and then jump back in, and I'll let you do your intro, brother.
I wanted to say real quick, I watched that video that Kyle put out last night on the Charlotte Sports 1 channel there on YouTube. I learned a lot. I don't keep up with the basketball, but I really enjoyed it. It was very informative. So if you guys are looking for some more information about the Hornets, absolutely hit up his channel.
Yeah,
man,
he said
Thank you.
He said that shit when he was talking about the Panthers and all Carolina sports. And I don't know why, but my head immediately played like the song from Toy Story where it's like, you got a fan in me.
That's one of the best songs ever, man. And yo, NC3, you do have a friend in me. And
That's
you, and you. Let's try this one more time. Michael, what's up, bro?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me good?
Yeah,
Yes,
loud and
sir.
clear, man.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, like I said, though, I'm glad to be back here with you guys talking Panthers stuff and whatnot. Can't wait to hear about these Madden ratings and all that. And also, let me just make one thing before we get started. Mm-hmm. You can reach me at my Twitter, Michael Wydrick 2, the number 2. So that's on my Twitter. I just got back on Twitter and now. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, man. Check out Michael Wydrick on Twitter. Yeah, check out everybody, man. Everybody's been pretty active. Hey, man, it's that time of year. Everybody's, everybody's excited about training camp coming up. And listen, boys, ain't nothing to it but to do it. Let's jump into the show today. So, literally, the news broke right before the show went live today. Bryce Young has officially signed his contract with the Carolina Panthers. Now, what I'm going to try to do before the end of the show is find a confirmed number on the guaranteed dollar amount. Because so far, 4 different people, including Ari Murov, Dov Kleiman, Adam Schefter, and Ian Rappaport, have all put out different numbers on the amount of guaranteed dollars in Bryce's contract. So we'll try and find the right number before the show is over today. But yeah, man, Bryce is officially a Carolina Panther under contract. Boys, what are your initial thoughts, man? Were you more happy that we have him under contract or that we have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal for the foreseeable future?
The rookie deal for sure.
Yeah, the rookie deal, definitely.
Yeah, I just think it's good to finally have, hopefully a franchise quarterback on, a cheap deal gives us a window to put a team around them and compete. So I think that's the most important thing is that, he's making like such less money than guys like Daniel Jones and Derek Carr. So that's very awesome to see. It allows us to put more pieces around him and, fill out the team with the pieces we still need.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that rookie contract gives us the leverage.
Yeah, and I even called this too. I was saying from the very beginning that I knew that this was going to happen right around training camp. I just didn't know what day, but I knew it was going to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, man, as we got closer, it seemed like it was becoming inevitable. And by the way, in a couple of days, the rookies have to report to Wofford. So, he ran right up to the edge, but I never had a doubt in my mind that he was going to sign. I mean, he's already been putting in so much work with the receivers, getting on rhythm, really trying to hone his craft before the season even starts. So there's no question that Bryce is all dialed in. Deez, what are you thinking, man? You happy about this? I'm sure you are.
Extremely happy. Oh, yeah, I'm thrilled. I guess the biggest surprise that came to me was the amount. I didn't really know that it was going to be a $10 million per year contract because we're looking at roughly 40, right? I know you say you've seen different numbers, but we're looking at right around 40, correct?
Yeah. Well,
so Ari Burov says it's a 4-year deal worth $37.95 million with 24.6 million of that coming via a signing bonus. So
Right.
I think that's what they were negotiating the entire time. Was the amount that signing bonus would be worth.
Right.
Yeah.
How much you got up front.
That is the right number, by the way, Cody, because I know you were reading that Rappaport tweet earlier, but he actually corrected himself. So the contract is 4-year, $37.9 million. So that's the deal. I mean, it's a, you can't complain. I mean, you're the first overall pick. You're going to get paid money. But, yeah, he's already been putting in work with the guys, and so that's awesome stuff to see. It's going to be go ahead.
Yeah, but let me ask you all this. What's a bigger deal? Bryce signing his contract or it being bow time, baby, because Bryce Young is also the newest, the newest spokesperson, ambassador.
Brand ambassador.
Yeah, the brand ambassador of Bojangles, man. I mean, hey, this is a tried and true tradition now, man. Steve Smith, Jake Delhomme. I mean, there have been a lot of great Carolina Panthers that have rocked that Bojangles endorsement, man.
Well, hopefully it pans out for the same success that they had.
Yeah, really. I'm trying to find
Bryce Young on some Bojangles commercials is really going to be funny. I mean, it's really going to. Would you guys like to have some chicken today? Would you like to try some Bojangles? How about a biscuit? It's going to be. It's going to be the funniest thing.
He's going to say please about 7 times.
Yeah, thank you for trying this Bojangles with me.
Hey guys, can I interest you in a 4-piece Supreme combo?
Right. He's so nice, so he wouldn't even try to suggestively sell you anything. He would just be like, "Is it in your interest to try this chicken today?"
They got to have a commercial with him working the drive-through, man. That'd be killer.
They need to do a commercial.
Everybody's
with
getting
him
good service.
Oh man.
Gotta want to need to have a Bojangles, you know?
That's right. You gotta do the jingle.
Bro, it's very unpopular when I say this, man, but I'm not a big Bojangles guy, man.
That is definitely unpopular.
A lot of people, I know, man, a lot of people get real upset when I say that I'm not the biggest Bojangles fan, man. But hey, I gotta be honest. But I do love the endorsement for Bryce, man. Like, y'all better prepare yourself. Bryce is about to be on every single Panther commercial that you can imagine, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to have every endorsement known to man.
But that's saying that, the mainstream media gives us clicks, and gives the Panthers play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. That's true. I mean, we're getting more discussion than we have before.
Disrespect.
Yeah.
It'll be like a snowball rolling down the hill. The more games we win and the more relevant we are in the NFC picture, especially towards the end of the season, the more that stuff will get ramped up and the more you'll see it for sure. Shout out to Sideshow Rob. Last night in Tony's news clip, he said "Dirty Bryce," and I thought that was freaking hilarious. Like Dirty Rice. Dirty Bryce.
Yeah, that Dirty Rice. So I mean, you just see Jake Delhomme had his own commercial. Cam Newton handing out the Bojangles before practice. And now the man himself holding the boat boxes. But those are them Bryce boxes,
That's some extensive weight training right there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's how he's bulking up.
Awesome.
Heck
yeah.
bow boxes, man. Come on.
Working them traps.
Yeah, man. Working them traps, them forearms, the grip of his throwing hand.
Yeah.
That's big time work right there, man.
The
It looks like Kevin agrees with you in the chat. He says Bojangles taste like rat.
Yo, but Kevin's weird as hell though. He don't even like fried chicken.
Oh,
Who doesn't like fried chicken, Kev? What the hell, bro?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yo, and you're a Gamecock fan? Bro, your college team is
right?
Yo, that's what it is, man. Yo, he don't want to eat his beloved mascot of his football team. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't say I blame him.
You figured it out.
Yeah, but I'm a Tiger, so I'd love to eat me some chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like that's good stuff to me, man. But
that's a pretty good week to get 2 contracts.
Yeah, I know, right? Dude, Bryce is living right now. Dude, Bryce is doing incredible for himself.
I can't even imagine how much the Jordan contract was worth that he got at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lot.
100% look. He 100% looks bigger. I mean, I'm just pulling up pictures of like him on the Alabama website right now.
He does. He does.
He just looks bigger. That meal plan's working. I was never that concerned about it, but you know, it's good that he's bulking up. I mean, he's already one tough kid, so the more weight, the better. You know, especially after watching quarterback. I'll give Cody credit. I mean, even like when I was watching that episode, there were definitely some concerns that came to mind just because the sound of the hits, and it's just a tough league, man. So you just gotta make sure you have like a tough, mentally strong quarterback playing for you. So I think we have that. So we'll see as the season goes on.
And the sheer
like I said, man. Every time he throws it into the stands, I'm gonna just cheer and applaud. Good job, Bryce. Way to get rid of it. Way to get rid of it. I don't want him back there holding on to it, man. Just let it go. Just fling it. It'll be all right.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, man. Wait, let me bring JJ back in before I move to the next topic. JJ, do you want to mention anything about Bryce and his brand new contracts?
No, I guess not. I'm just glad he signed it. I'm glad we can stop, even having that smallest doubt in the back of our head, we never really thought he wasn't going to sign, especially with the way he's been dedicated to the team so far, which is something we always love to see as fans. It's just always happy to see that, like, he finally signed his contract. So nothing too much to say.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, I'm happy for Bryce, and I'm happy that this is no longer a story that we have to worry about in the back of our heads. Bryce is a Carolina Panther, man, and now it's on to other business. Let's move to the defensive end department because a day or two ago, Alex Highsmith, by the way, from North Carolina, played football at UNC Charlotte. I wanted the Panthers to draft him so bad when he was coming out. But my man had 14.5 sacks last year. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers have locked him up to a huge 4-year, $68 million extension to pay him amongst the top 10 highest paid edge rushers in the NFL. Now, I don't believe he's top 5, but he is top 10. So, gentlemen, in your opinion, did you think this matters at all for the Brian Burns contract, or is the only player that matters that isn't Brian Burns, Nick Bosa?
No, this matters for sure. I mean, every signing on the pass rushing aspect of the NFL is going to impact what he gets. So breaking this down, it's looking like $17 million a year. So, I mean, that gives us a good baseline, at least to know where Burns is going to fit in. Because, I mean, the production is similar, so we can I'm expecting anything between 16 and 19 a year for Burns. And
I think you're lowballing it, Kyle. I think it'll be north of 20 million.
Okay.
I really do. Just because I think he wants to be a top 5 paid defensive end. And right now, like the gap between a Khalil Mack and a Myles Garrett, they're sitting at around $23 to $25 million. And
Right.
I don't think there's going to be a hometown discount. I think that he's going to try and get as much money as possible. But
as he should.
Yeah. But the fact that they did sign Alex right now and made him a top 10 player, like for sure you're going to have to pay him more than Alex Highsmith.
Right.
Even though he had more sacks last year, traditionally Brian Burns has been a better pass rusher.
But Cody, you need to realize that this is a put up or shut up year for him too, because if he doesn't provide the sacks that we need on this defense, there's going to be a lot of questions being raised about him in the certain ways that he's being utilized in the defense.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
And he's moving to a 3-4, so he's playing a different position. Now, granted, most people think it's a better position for him to be playing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, I mean, right now he is our sack artist. Like, that's the guy that the Panthers have right now. I mean, the next most sacks on our team last year was Frankie Louvu at number 5. And that he's not an edge rusher. So Brian Burns' job is now more important than it ever has been.
Yeah. But what happens if we give him a contract north of $20 million, making him one of the 5 highest paid, and he doesn't produce as well? Then, I mean,
that's what I'm basically saying too.
Then I'm going to be pissed.
Right, everybody will be, especially the brass up front that gave him $20+ million a year for 4 to 5 years.
No, this is why y'all won't be upset, and here's why. Because if Bryce Young is the quarterback we all expect him to, then that means we're going to have seasons where we make it to the playoffs, and our star pass rusher is going to make a play late in the game, and we're going to be happy he's still on the team. And it's going to be specific plays like that. When a big player makes a big play, and it doesn't matter the price tag, you just say you're glad he's on the team and he made the play. There's going to be all it takes is one defensive, like legit defensive player of the year caliber season. And then we're like, okay, well, you know what? He got 17 sacks this year. He lived up to the contract. All it takes is that 1 year and a few plays to change your mind. This is why I get a little annoyed when people say, oh, he's not producing the sack number. It's not always the sack numbers. Alex Highsmith, or whatever his name is, he's playing not just beside TJ Watt, who did miss 8 games this year, but Cameron Hayward's one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL at also getting pressure right up the middle. The Steelers' pass rush has always been a thing. You know, he may be playing in a better situation, surrounded by better players. This is a guy who's always produced for us in Brian Burns. And sometimes the whole is just like, we can't have another Hassan Reddick. We can't let him go. And then he actually goes into a better situation. And then what Cody has been saying for like me and Cody basically, but mostly Cody, for the past 2 years has been saying he would be way better in a better situation. And we just can't afford to look like that again. We can't afford to lose a player like that again. And that's why I'm just like, it just takes a few plays for you to really change your mind about the players. So I think we got way more things. We're trying to build a team to win. We can't be losing one of our best players. So that's just how I feel about it.
Do any of you think that Brian is going to have a rough transition to playing outside linebacker? Wait, hang on. Before you answer that, let me welcome my man, Kid Rock's younger brother. But he has a great voice, and he's a Panther fan. My man, Wes Justin. Wes, what up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Hey, how you doing, Sha?
Hey, I fucking love the hat, by the way. I have to say something about that off cake.
Yes, sir.
I love it.
Bro, D's over there looking like the Undertaker.
Hell yeah, all dark.
Yo, these needs to be sipping on some Mai Tais on the beach or something. That's what these needs to be doing. Yeah, man. But yeah,
Got to kick
Justin,
back. We just signed a quarterback.
yeah, man. Justin, we're talking about Alex Highsmith being signed and what that means for Brian Burns' contract. But feel free to speak on Bryce Young too, man. What you got for the show?
Hey, real quick. Sorry, this will be like 10 seconds. By the way, just a note, everyone clowned the Jaguars. I bet the fans glad they got Christian Kirk now. Continue.
Okay. Out of left field, but I agree. He's a good receiver, man.
He's overpaid like $7 million a year, $10 million a year. But like no Jags fan is like upset about the signing anymore because he was a huge contribute to the team.
Oh yeah, no, dude, Kirk is a beast, man.
Exactly.
And I mean, and there's a few players that they get paid, and then they have their best season. And I think that's what we're all hoping for Brian Burns, man. He has a brand new position at outside linebacker. He has a brand new number, rocking the number 0. You know, he's like the Omega. That's the end, bro. That's it for you. That is Brian Burns. So I'm loving it, man. But I'm expecting him to have a career year this year, regardless of what we pay him. But I do think yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
I have something to say real quick, Cody. Okay, did you guys hear the news that the Lions got Denzel Mims? Nah, I know you guys ain't hyped on the Lions, but I'm just putting it out there. Did you guys hear about that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
I didn't even know
I
that
heard
Mims was on.
Denzel Mims was on the Jets, and then I heard he got cut or something like that, and then like all of a sudden he went to the Lions.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
he got
That's what I
traded for a
heard.
7th round pick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They swapped the 6 and the 7th.
Okay.
But yeah, man,
that's what I wanted to get out of the air.
What team was he on?
The Jets.
He was on the Jets.
Oh, now he's on the Lions.
He probably got
Okay.
traded
Yeah.
because Aaron Rodgers is running the team now. But anyways, let's go back to the Brian Burns.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, okay, everyone claims I'm a Brian Burns hater. I'm not a Brian Burns hater. At this point, it's like pay him what the money is because, yes, the pass rush is going to be significantly terrible without him. It's just my whole thing is if you're going to pay him like a top 5 pass rusher, he's at least got to play like a top 7 guy at that point. Like, no matter what the situation is or not, like, I get you have to pay guys to stay on the team. That's fine. But, like, the only reason I don't like the Christian Kirk example is because Christian Kirk has been a wide receiver too his whole career. Like that's comparing that to Brian Burns, it's a big difference, right? Like, so that's my only thing. I don't care what the price tag is at this point because I know it's going to be a lot of money. I'm just hoping that he can, exponentially get better from year to year. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
But I think he can. Like, there's no doubt in my mind he can. And G baby, no, we're not doing that shit, okay?
Yo, G baby, you dumb as hell. Yo, G, if you're gonna talk that shit, you gotta come on the show and say that, man. And there's not a world that exists where Jeremy Chan needs to stay on the team instead of Brian Burns.
Right.
You're out your damn mind.
Cap a fucking
Come on,
G.
I
agree with Brown, obviously. I mean, Brown's probably going to get a contract the next
year.
year.
Yeah, Brown needs to get
He has to get a contract. We need him.
Yeah,
that's a questionable reason.
So
yeah, that's another draft day take where I look back at Cody. I'm like, man, I remember he used to hype up Isaiah Simmons, Zach Wilson, all these guys.
He went to a shit position, bro. He went to a shit position. That's all.
I don't blame you.
Hey, I'm not even gonna lie though. I was kind of in that same boat with
I was
with Cody. I mean, I personally like because I was hungry for a QB. I personally wanted us to take Herbert, or I wanted us to take Simmons, because I do watch the Tigers a lot, and there's nothing wrong like. Being a prospect, like that, here's the other thing. When you scout, you can never project how a player is going to be, but you're just betting on the traits and like how they are from the production you've already seen. So like it doesn't mean Simmons still can't be a good player. He's been playing in just a system that doesn't fit him the right way, and I think this year he can potentially turn that around.
Definitely.
So,
yeah. No, I think so too. I mean, I think a lot of these players are in a position to do something that they've never been able to before this year. We're talking about Derek Brown. Derek Brown's definitely important, but now I want to see him take that next step. It's kind of a similar situation for Burns and for Derek Brown, right? A lot of people. Now, I'm okay with paying Brian Burns what he's worth, but a lot of people don't want to pay Brian Burns $20+ million a year. Some people don't feel that he's earned it. Some people don't feel that he's that caliber of player. I disagree, and I think we have yet to see the best out of Brian Burns. But when it comes to Derek Brown, he's going to be changing position too, playing more of a 5-tech defensive tackle in a 3-4, opposed to like a 0 or a 1-tech in a 4-3 offense. So he's going to be in a different role this year too, and I'm interested to see what change that's going to have on his performance.
Also,
Derek Brown was able to get 40 pressures last year, but he only came away with 1 sack. It's been said that was a fluke stat, and there's no way that could happen again. And as far as the Brian Burns contract, my worst fear on that is that the Panthers decide to slow play it and see how he does make the transition this year and go with the franchise tag. By the time they do that, the guy could have broken the sack record for the Panthers, and then he will get more than $25 million per. But I feel like the Highsmith signing, I feel like that was a help to the Panthers' argument, kind of him only getting 16 and having 14.5 sacks. Sure, you can bring up the situation and whatnot like that, but if you're negotiating with a lawyer, basically the contract, then you're going to say, well, here's the stats and these are the facts. This is what Highsmith had, and this is what he got paid. Therefore, that's his value, and you're somewhere within there. And yes, we can pay you more. That's fine, but we're not going to pay you upwards of over 25. So I really feel like that was a win for the Panthers and not so much for the Brian Burns camp. But we'll see what else and how they play it. If they slow play it, we really could get burned.
So you think that this Highsmith contract helps the Panthers in their negotiations?
Yeah, I do too. I really do too. But let me talk about what 2 things on Derek Brown. So like last season, remember all that stuff came out. Like I remember he lost weight because during the season you can pull up film. He looks smaller than he did the previous season, and that doesn't help if you're trying to bull rush offensive guards to get to the quarterback. And the other thing is, even though he doesn't have the reasonable sack numbers yet, he's getting pressures. I mean, he's pushing through the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
So he's still pressuring the quarterback. And again, these players are all young. I mean, Derek Brown's only going into year 3, I think. Year 3 or year 3 or 4.
Oh.
So they're young players in their early 20s. They still have a lot of room to improve. So I won't buy into the sack numbers too much, or anything. That's just the whole reason I don't like looking at statistics that much. I like kind of watching the film, just because he still does a lot for a defense, and he's another player that you put him up there with Burns, he has to stay on this team.
Yeah, agreed. No. I wonder if Rule was trying to make him the other edge rusher. It's what it sounds like, because you can tell this year, man, he's huge. He looks massive to what you were saying.
Yeah. And I don't. Rule was an idiot, man. I don't know why you would turn him into an edge rusher.
Because they let
I don't know why we got
is
Rule
what
as our head coach in the first place. That was a big mistake on our part.
Letting Hassan walk was just tragedy.
Yeah, that was.
Can't nobody get over it.
I agree.
Yeah, man. I mean, one thing I will say – sorry, Cody. The one thing I will say about Rule real quick, and I brought this up, I just think he didn't know how to use players. I think I said this many times. No, but listen, I said this many times. He'd probably be okay as an NFL scout in some regard, but he drafted some pretty good players. It's just he didn't know what to do with them when he got to the league.
Right. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would make sense why he looked like a fish that had just got pulled out of the lake and was chilling on the water on the dock.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
That would make sense. I don't think he was ready for head coach.
And
No,
I
he would
believe
need
last
elite
season,
position coaches.
I believe last season they wanted him to play a 3-tech, and he had lost the weight to play more of that 3 technique role, which is more of a pass rusher in a 4-3. And I think that's what he wanted to do. Because let's be real, if you're able to get 9-10 sacks in a year, you're getting paid way more money than just being a run stuffer. So I think that's something that he also wanted to do. And that's why I think this move to more of a 5-tech and a 3-4, that's going to benefit him as well. Because he's essentially playing edge in a 3-4. So kind of similar.
Yeah. And Shy Tuttle kind of takes his position, kind of just mainly trying to stop the run and stuff the middle. Like, so I agree with you. I think now that he's bulked up, he's going to have way more. Again, it just goes back to Rule not knowing like how to use these dudes. So,
right. And I look back, a few seasons ago when we tried the 3-4 with Ron Rivera and it didn't work. And I see the flaws. I see where he screwed up, and I don't think Rivera is going to make those same mistakes. I think that the way that he broke it down in one of his one of the videos on YouTube, they have breaking down Rivera's defense, and his system is way more complex than what Rivera ran. So I really feel like this defense is going to make all the defensive players' lives a little bit easier to navigate through the offense. You know what I mean? I think Burns will have a really good season. I think Luvu's going to have a really good season. I think Chin's going to have a really good season. I think Derek Brown's going to have a really good season, just because of the differences in the position that they're playing.
Yeah. And Ejiro Evero, I think, is going to be a big part of this because he runs such an aggressive 3-4.
Right.
They had the Denver Broncos, they had the number 8th ranked defense in the NFL last year.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have a lot of name value at a lot of different positions on defense. To be honest, their defense was built kind of similar to ours.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, all the signs are pointing up, man. And again, going back to Brian Burns, like him being your proven primary pass rusher, to me, even with the Highsmith contract, this still puts all the ball, like all the power still belongs to Brian, in my opinion, because there's no way you're going to replace him before the start of the season. Like
absolutely.
If Brian said, I'm not playing this season under, a franchise or a final year, whatever, he has all the leverage. Like, you cannot enter the season without Brian Burns. It's simply not possible.
Not possible.
Yeah.
Right.
Not
for us to make a playoff run. It's not. We need him. We need him that bad.
And keep in mind, this division we almost made the playoffs in this division last year. It's just we've made a lot of upgrades, and to take away one of your most important defensive pieces, that's not a good look, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying we ought to try and keep it as low as we can for the Panthers' sake, for the front office to be able to add more pieces next year. But realistically, the ball's in his court, and if he wants it, give it to him.
Yeah. And by the way, look at Brian Burns. I mean, by the way, this is a 260-pound man moving that agile and that fast. Like, imagine what kind of damage he's going to be able to do this year. And from the looks of it, that man's trying to grab an interception, bro. That man's trying to have a Julius Peppers highlight.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. Yeah.
Ankle looks fine. No issues there.
That's what I'm saying. It looks healthy, man.
Right.
Dude, G-Baby in the chat is tripping. You're such a Brian Burns hater, man.
There's
no point, G. Get on the train, man. That's Spider Burns, bro. Put some respect on his name, damn it. But anyway.
At the end of this season, what we want to have 4 defensive players in the top 10 at their position, right? So it'd be Brian Burns, be a top 10 defensive end. Frankie Louvu, he PFF ranked him as number 13. He only needs to climb 3 spots to make it into the top 10. So Louvu's close. We need J.C. Horn to stay healthy all year, get some picks, and find his way into the top 10 as well. And then, of course, Derek Brown. He can't get 40 pressures this year without getting more than 1 sack. He's got to get, I don't know, 7 or 8, something like that.
Yeah. Hey, what are your predictions for Brian Burns this year? We'll go by each and every one of you. Kyle, what, in your mind, what type of season do you see Brian having from a sack perspective?
Sack. All right. So I would say I could see him putting 10 sacks.
All right, 10 sacks.
I could see 10.
Okay. So just for reference sake, he had 12 and a half last year, and that was the most that he's ever gotten in a season. The previous 2 seasons, he got 9. So
right.
Yeah,
I could see like maybe in the 10 to 11 range, but I still think he's going to have a really productive year. But I think he's going to be used, not just as a pass rusher. I think he'll also be doing a little bit of flats and a little bit of short man coverage. So he might get a couple of picks too. So there's that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think anywhere between the 10 and 11 for me.
Yeah. No, I think that's about the ballpark that you want. Anthony, what say you, man?
First off, G-Baby, get your ass in here. Stop talking shit in the chat room. Okay, you want to talk shit about Brian Burns, get your ass up here.
Yeah,
Second, listen, if we're paying him this money, he wants to get that next step. I mean, he said, like, in some interview with Sheena that he wants to have 10 sacks in 10 games to start the season out. I'm predicting 15 sacks for him this year.
Woo-hoo! I like that. You stole my thunder. I was about to say somewhere in that area, between like 14, 15. Dude, that would be incredible, man. And he has gotten better every single year that he's played. He had 7 sacks his rookie season, 9, then 9, but it was better in the 3rd year than it was the 2nd. Then 12 and a half last year. Like, I feel like there's a big number for him coming up this year, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you just said, he's gotten better every single year, so that trajectory should continue, right? I mean,
oh yeah.
So
and with this coaching staff, bro, we haven't even reaped the benefits of this coaching staff yet, gentlemen. Like the dividends that they're gonna pay, finally being able to coach up our players to their highest level possible. Dude, it's gonna be a sight to see, man. Don, what you feeling, man? How do you think Brian Burns does this year?
The Panthers' single season sack record still stands from 1998, set by Kevin Green at the mark of 15. I feel like Brian Burns will break it this season, and he'll get 16 sacks. I don't think he'll lead the NFL, but I think he'll finally show he's top 5, and he'll do that because of our defensive coordinator bringing pressure. He was number 4th in the league. He was 4th in the league at bringing pressure last year, which means everybody's coming this year. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Burns to get sacks.
Said that with his chest. I love it, man. I love it. Man, that would be incredible, man. If he were to break the record this year, dude, that would be awesome, man. That would be
It'd justify that contract. We don't stop talking about that.
Yeah. Michael, how many sacks do you think Brian Burns is going to pull in this year, man?
I'm going to say roughly around, I'd say about 16 too. Yeah.
Wow.
I'd say
all right, so we all have high expectations of our man Brian Burns this year. I love that, man, dude. That's a big time number. And you know what? Let me welcome a very, very special guest to the C3 Friday Free For All. He's 1/4 of the 4 horsemen of the C3 Apocalypse, and you'll be able to meet me and him on the 27th of this month in Spartanburg, South Carolina, is the voice that makes them moist. CK.
Hey,
what's up?
CK.
Hey,
How's
it's
How's it
that
going,
boy.
guys?
CK, how you doing, man?
Oh, out here living dreams. Excited to hear that on the eve of our rookie players starting training camp that our boy finally got locked up, the last piece of the puzzle, and now we can finally go into training camp ready for what we know is going to be the absolute best Panthers offseason leading up to one of the most exciting Panthers seasons in the past 5 years. Excited to be here, man.
Yes, sir. CK, what's more important? Him signing with the Panthers or signing that beautiful Bojangles contract?
Bro, listen, here's the thing. Don't get me wrong. I understand the reasoning, but Bryce Young is not the person that you put on the forefront of, like, you're talking about a Bradley Bozeman. Like, that's who you want to be your Bojangles representative. like you're not talking to people that look like Bryce Young. Hey, let's go eat some Bojangles. You're talking about those guys, like those offensive linemen and those defensive boys on the back end. Man, you're talking about those guys. Those should be who the people you have up front.
I mean, he does need to bulk up. He does need to put some weight on,
Yeah,
Maybe,
I was about to say, like,
rounds might help out.
What if Scott Fitter put in his contract that you have to eat Bojangles every single week and bulk up? That's just why he decided to endorse him. I mean,
Bro,
you
that's
never know.
sabotage right there. Yeah, man, but CK, let me get your thoughts on this Brian Burns situation. Alex Highsmith just signed the contract. Now he's a top 10 played player in the NFL. 4-year, $68 million. What, if anything, do you think that means for Brian Burns and his negotiation with the Panthers?
I don't know, man. I think we're still at the exact same place we were last week, or earlier this week. I don't know that there's much different than what we've had. I mean, right now, I think he believes he's the top 5 defensive end. I don't know that there's much we could argue that he's the top 5 defensive end at this point in time, or edge rusher. So I mean, I listen. I don't hate him waiting out to see the other 3 or 4 people that are waiting to get a big time contract this offseason before he makes a move to actually commit to anything. Yeah. And as we talked about before, I mean, dude's still holding out for this potentially. I wouldn't be surprised if he's holding off until this offseason to when the salary cap goes up and we're maybe in a better position to pay him more.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think he'll play this season without a new deal?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why he hasn't threatened to hold out. He's been there at OTAs. He's there's no talk of him holding out, and I mean, he seems to be all in on the Carolina Panthers right now. Yeah. I don't think Brian Burns is looking at this as an opportunity to hold leverage over the Panthers, simply because he knows this year is going to be is important. So him holding out in training camp and him holding out over his 5th year option doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense for him, especially knowing that the Panthers have made him an offer that clearly shows that they want him from what we're to understand.
Yeah, and to be fair, even if he hasn't said publicly that he would sit out, it doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't true. I mean, I feel like if he thinks that he's able to command $23 million a year, I mean, like I said before, it'd be very, very tough to start the season without Brian Burns,
right?
Your clear number 1 pass rusher.
Well, I will say, like, he is on record, to CK's point, like, he is on record saying that he wants to be here. So, like, I just don't think like I just don't think, like, yes, I think he wants to get paid, but I just don't think it's the smartest thing to just be a major distraction for a new regime and stuff like that. I mean, they're definitely working through some stuff. It doesn't mean that he's not going to play here. Like, he may potentially get an extension, like, right before the season. Like, so I just don't know. Yeah. I just don't think that's a major worry of mine, I guess.
He could get an extension right after week 1 where he get 3 sacks.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he's still under contract technically.
With with Marshawn Lattimore in like week 1 when the Saints blew out the Packers and he like locked up Devontae Adams, you best believe he got a contract extension the day after.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah,
could very
and more
easily
money.
happen this year.
Yeah.
So
Speaking
if it isn't right away.
And
you can't fault the organization either, because the Panthers already got a contract on the table. We didn't wait or hesitate. They went and did what they should.
2023 wasn't a good year for the Carolina Panthers, but I'm trying to make 2024 a better one for myself. Get started on your resolutions with Factor so you're ready for the new year. Factor's ready-to-eat meal delivery takes the stress out of meal planning and sets you up for success in the new year. Skip the grocery stores, prep work, and cooking fatigue. Instead, get chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your door. With over 35 meals to choose from per week, including keto options, calorie smart, vegan plus veggie, and more, plus over 55 weekly add-ons, you'll have a ton of nutritious and flavorful options to kickstart your resolutions. Skip that overpriced takeout trap. Factor is cheaper and way more delicious than takeout. Get chef-crafted, restaurant-quality meals delivered right to your door, and they're ready to heat and eat in just 2 minutes, which means more time for you. Head to factormeals.com/C350 and use the promo code C350 to get 50% off. That's code C350 at factormeals.com/C350 to get 50% off.
Doctors take Field of Greens for their own health. Here's Dr. Ryan Green to explain.
We're like you, too much fast food and not enough exercise. That's why I take Field of Greens. The fruits and vegetables in Field of Greens support my heart, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism for weight loss. And Field of Greens promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back.
Get 15% off with promo code HEALTH at fieldofgreens.com. That's promo code HEALTH at fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Should have done, which is get the money on the table, and that was before Highsmith signed. So we were ahead of the curve. If he don't sign it, we can't help that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the player option that we picked up for him is not like a franchise tag where it's like you are basically making like you're not making what you're worth basically. That's kind of why all these running backs are holding out. So I just don't think it's anything to worry about.
Agreed.
Right. I don't think it's anything.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of Brian Burns and what he means to this football team, dude, here's another segment. And who's disrespecting the Carolina Panthers today? And it just so happens to be Madden football, as the Carolina Panthers currently, as we speak, do not have one player rated over 90 on Madden 24.
Disrespect.
Brian Burns is the highest at 88.
Definitely.
Miles Sanders is number 2 at 86. Derek Brown, 85. And this is in order. Taylor Moton, 84. Shaq Thompson, 84. Adam Thielen, 83. Von Bell, 83. Jeremy Chin, 81. Dante Jackson, 81. Johnny Hecker, 81. You'll notice J.C. Horn is nowhere on this list. They don't even have JC as a top 20 corner in the NFL, man. So, hey, I'm going to let y'all jump in on this, man. How are we being disrespected the hardest? Is it, Brian Burns not being 90, JC Horn being, in the 70s or something like that? What did you find most outlandish?
Hot take. It's Johnny Hecker. He should be like a 95, but
Oh.
Because I think he's like the top 3 punter in the league. I just don't know how he's an 81 overall. Like he was pinning people in between the 5-yard line last year. It was ridiculous.
Hecker is an 81 overall and a 71 general.
I'm gonna put this out there, as I know many of us probably would agree with. You can't expect a lot of respect when you come off of the seasons we had the past 3 years.
5 straight of them too, by the way.
Right.
Yep.
Like, come on,
And so you can't. I don't think you can put this into like this. We're being disrespectful. We've got to earn it. We have got to come out here as much as we love, Johnny Hecker, as much as we love Brian Burns, as much as we love all these guys, and we think they have the capability of being, elite players. Until we are showing it on a consistent basis, because I mean, as we talk about, as everybody in the chat would agree, everybody on the panel would agree, this is the ultimate team sport, and no matter how good individually these guys are, we're not going to see their full potential until they're complemented around them, right? And that is, I think, the biggest part right now. We've just got to wait and see what these guys do once we actually have a good football team, to be quite honest.
Yes, yeah.
Honestly, I wish Bradley Bozeman was a lot higher.
Yeah.
There's a fine line between
lot higher.
There's a fine line between what CK's saying, like, yes, we need to prove it, but then some of these guys that were good players last year definitely need to be higher. Like Brad, I think our whole offensive line should kind of be in the 80s just based on, their performance.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So I think again, there's a fine line, but I do also agree with that we have to prove it. So again, maybe they just haven't watched our players as much. I don't know, but I mean,
I'm not even seeing JC Horn on the list right now.
I think
it's 100%. You got to prove it. It's 100%. You got to prove it. If you don't have those wins. Oh, go ahead, Cody.
No, I just wanted to give you an intro, bro. But that's my man.
Go ahead.
That's my man from the Black Cat Panther podcast, Kendall the GOAT. Kendall, what's up, brother?
Ain't nothing. But as far as all these accolades, as far as Maddens and ESPN spots to begin the show, and everybody talking about a 5-win in 2 seasons and a 7-win, that ain't crap. Bruh, you got to prove it. They're not going to put us up there. We don't have the Mahomeses. We don't have the Herberts. We don't have none of those guys. We have Bryce, so we got a little spotlight because we got Bryce because he was the number 1 pick overall. If he don't go out there and do nothing,
right.
You know how long they're going to talk about us? Probably a good 3 to 4 weeks. Just like when we were undefeated out there with Cam Donald, about 3 weeks. And when Dallas did the thing to us, then what happened? Shit on the Panthers. So, hey, them dubs, they'll change it.
A double solve everything, bro. Double solve everything.
Now, if we want to be completely fair, let's look and see what the Madden ratings of Chicago are and how they treated DJ Moore.
Facts. I bet he all of a sudden went up a few overalls.
No, actually, he's the same. No, he's an 86. He's an 86. Cody, you can just go to the Madden. Cody, if you look up Madden 24 online, you can just pull up the database and it has the actual updated players. Because JC Horn's an 83, but you weren't probably seeing it because some things were leaked and they weren't accurate.
Right.
I'm on a website called MaddenRatings.com. Oh yeah, JC Horn's number 9 on the list. He's 83 overall.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man, Kendall is right though, man. We're not going to be respected by Madden or the media until we prove that we're worth the damn, And
not a 7-win team. We didn't even finish 500. We didn't even finish 500. How can you get some respect out of that?
Yeah.
I just think Burns is a 90 and not an 88. That's all.
Oh, I agree. I mean, but hey, man, we don't make the list, and I like the bulletin board material, man. I want our team to enter this season pissed the fuck off and with something to prove and a chip on their shoulder going in there ready to bust some ass. That's what we need right now. That's the energy that the Panthers need to have. And I feel like all of our boys have motivation right now that they haven't had in years past. So I'm thankful for that, man. Let me look up some players right quick.
The 2 players, I guess Brian Burns can go up 2 overalls, but the other 2 players that I think really just got fucked over are JC, of course, because I think he should at least be an 85 just because he is a top 10 corner. I don't really think it's
Right.
You still there, JJ?
Or I would cut out. Y'all hear that?
No, I don't hear. I hear you now.
You cut out at the top 10
JC Horn and
Yeah, I hear you now,
Frankie
JJ.
Louvu. Yeah, Frankie Louvu should definitely be above like 80
Frankie
some
Louvu's
overall.
another one. Yep.
The fact that he's
He needs to be higher,
79
too.
was a little annoying. But like in terms of like the offensive line, bro, there's like probably like 35 offensive lines in total in the whole NFL. They got like 80s across the board. Like, this offensive line was ranked like 15th. It wasn't like rated top 5 amongst the NFL, top 10. It was 15th. Like, it's not surprising that there's some 70 overalls in there. Which are, y'all gotta remember, those are still like gold. In Madden's eyes, those are gold level players, which are good players, just not elite, you know, in terms of that. But it is what it is, you know. Fans are gonna always disagree with the game's creation. Like, it's a stupid video game. It's trash regardless.
Jordan said when a punter is under 10, it's disrespect.
Oh my god.
I mean, hey, we got a damn good punter though, man. Hecker got that leg, bro.
That would be the biggest surprise out of it all is Hecker. But I think maybe they're already just aging him at this point. Like, I don't even know if it is really their opinion that he's not good. I think it's if I had to guess, it's more.
He was on the Rams old as hell, and he was a high overall.
Right.
He just plays for Charlotte now.
But he was still badass. He's always been a great punter, though.
And that's the thing. If you're older and you play special teams, like Adam Vinatieri was kicking footballs till he was like 43, it doesn't really matter your age because you're not like taking any physical blow on the actual field or anything. You're just mastering one part of the craft. So I think there is a little disrespect with that. Like, I do remember JJ, he was in the 90s on the Rams, probably in like 2 Maddens ago, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm sure when Justin Tucker is 43 years old, he'll be the highest overall still.
Oh, dude, he's a legend. I love that.
He's like the only special teams player ever that will be worth like a first-round pick and probably them some. Like, he's elite.
Hey, 2 things. Sean Hume makes a great point. He just changes all the numbers on his own anyway. And I think like a lot of
some people do that a lot. Some people do that a lot.
Yeah. Don't blame you at all, man. And then next up, let me welcome a very special friend of the show. You know him from the 704 Charlotte Bound show. He is their host. His name is Twan Don. Twan, what's up, bro?
Yo,
Twan Don, boy.
Yo.
Such a gracious introduction. I like that, Cody.
Yeah, man. You know.
Jeez, what's up, bro?
What's going on, friend? How are you?
I'm good.
Hi, how are
everybody?
What's up, Twan?
How we doing, Twan?
Great birthday weekend last week.
Man, bro, it was awesome.
You partied like the best with the best.
I thank my wife, man. It was awesome.
Oh, that's great, man.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Thank you guys, man. Thank you.
Twan, we've talked about a few different things, man. We've talked about Bryce signing his new contract. Brian Burns and the extension. When will that happen? How much will it be? Madden disrespect. Jump in on whatever you want, man. Jump in on that Bryce first. How about that? Bryce Young has signed 2 major contracts. One of them with the Panthers, and the other one with Bojangles, man. Which one is more important, and which one are you more happy about?
Well, definitely the
that's
Bojangles.
a real question.
Definitely
Duh. That's a simple answer. Right?
Taking over football all day.
Yeah, man. Everybody knows that.
Nah, man. I'm glad he signed his contract. I mean, look, Bryce ain't, come across as the type of guy that's going to put a team through no changes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's like probably going to be one of the most lovable guys in football, just as long as he comes with the. But that anymore. I'm glad he got the endorsements and things like that. I mean, me and Cody been debating about some stuff like with things that come with endorsements. Like Cody didn't agree that CJ Stroud went to that party, but I'm like,
don't bring that up, please.
I'm not going to talk about that. But I'm like,
just saying, bro.
These dudes are going to get money. These dudes are going to get money besides football money. I'm not going to knock them for that, bro.
Oh, just wait till Nicole Tepper endorsement.
Let's even think about
no Nicole Tepper
Terrence Marshall
slander.
Jr.
Oh, I'm not
got that.
slandering her, my guy. I'm not
You
slandering.
damn sure
I
better
slander
not.
him. That's
Yo,
all
I'm
for
still
me.
in control of this mug over here, bro. If you slander Nicole, I'm gonna drop your ass out of here, dog. That's right. Hey, man, let me stop. Let me stop. But hey, no, I it's again. I know y'all don't want me to go into it. I'm not. I don't have problems with people making money, and I love that they're able to do that, man. Sign your endorsements. And it's local, man. Bojangles. If you're in the Carolina, everybody associates Bojangles with the Carolinas. So it's like, this is something that's been in the making for a long time. A lot of great Panther players have had a Bojangles endorsement deal. So it doesn't mean nothing. That's for damn sure. But 37 million guaranteed to Bryce. 27 million of that is a signing bonus. Probably the largest ever, I'm willing to bet. So
you can take care of his family, bro. You can take care of his family.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Also, this is a side note, but like, if you guys haven't seen Quarterback, it's an awesome new show that's going on now. And I was just thinking about it. It would be awesome if we saw Bryce Young on there next year. That would be cool. He was just like secretly announced as like taking you through the day-in-day life of a first overall pick. I think that'd be awesome.
I would love that, but I was thinking about this, and my thought is even just as a organization, the last thing you want is that distraction of having a film crew following your rookie quarterback around. I know we would love that insight, but I think just from a being overwhelmed as a rookie as it is, I can't see them actually pulling the trigger on that.
Yeah,
what show are y'all
on your
talking
quarterback.
about?
Quarterback on
quarterback
Netflix.
on Netflix. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah,
I mean,
I actually just started that show today.
I would love to see it, but I agree with CK though. It's his first year in the NFL. You're already asking a bunch of him in terms of learning the playbook, being in command of the offense. Yeah. As much as I would love to see it, it's not necessarily the best thing. I don't think for his first year in the NFL. I would love to see a season of number 1 overall picks. So like Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, maybe Kyler Murray, maybe next year, the year after, do a season with just number 1s and have Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, and Bryce Young. That would be fire.
they using all quarterbacks. All those guys got families. So they showing you the quarterbacks. They're showing you his husbands. They're showing you his brothers, and all different types of elements. That's why I love this shit, bro. I was telling people about it when it dropped. Bryce Young, he ain't thinking about I don't know about his private life, but that's way up the road. He ain't getting married no time soon. Probably not gonna have no kids no time soon.
Yeah, it was just a long shot. I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, obviously the prime candidates are guys like Joe Burrow next, and like
it might be too early for Joe Burrow too. He's still new.
I think Josh Allen is probably prime number, because I mean he's coming off of a rough season because of that elbow issue. I could foresee a scenario where they maybe, especially if there's news that drops in the next coming few months with regard to Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, that maybe they're not ready to start. I could see them even going the route of like a comeback situation with Sam Darnold. Because I mean, clearly the fact that they added Marcus Mariota tells me that they're looking for an elite guy. They're looking for a guy who's maybe underrated, and they're looking for a guy who's going to struggle but has the potential to maybe do good. And which is a good mix, I think, to have. And if that's the case, I think a Sam Darnold could make an appearance if that in fact does happen.
Right.
Yeah, I will say one thing real quick. Like, I did kind of feel bad for Marcus watching that, because like you could tell that like him like sharing his like story throughout the season kind of felt a little depressing, like telling the story of how he got pulled and stuff from Desmond starting. So I think that's a lot to ask for a guy like that. But obviously they're probably getting paid a lot of money.
Motherfucker, you get paid millions. You better share that story.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I mean, mental health is a real thing. Like
it is.
So
yeah, but I also think the point of that show was to try to show you quarterbacking at every level. So you had Mariota, you had Kirk Cousins, and Patrick Mahomes. Pat won the Super Bowl. Everybody agrees he's probably the best player in all of football, right? Then you have Kirk Cousins. He's a good quarterback, but he's never been considered elite. And they even talk about that in the show. And then you have someone like Mariota who's kind of bumped around, and he's had that journeyman role before. I think Sam Darnold would be great on that show. You know, somebody like a Sam Darnold just to show
he's going to be the
what
Marcus
they've been
Mariota.
I mean, hey, man.
Hey, listen, is it me or does look Mariota looks like he's checked out from football, man?
Oh, he's done. Yeah. I mean, even though he went to Philly, like the fact that he even talked about at the beginning of the season in that series that he was debating whether he wanted to play football at all anymore, and the fact that he just dipped out of there and you know, when they decided to bench him. I mean, again, I know that there's, you know, two sides to that story, but I think that is any other quarterback who has had their head entirely in the game is not going to do that.
Right.
Absolutely. Whether you're the starter or not. So I think like he tried to explain that he didn't quit on the team, but in a way, when you get that season-ending injury, you're basically like telling the team like, "Hey, I'm not going to be here if Desmond Ridder gets injured. So like you guys do you." So
the main thing I got from him, without him saying it, was football is no longer the most important thing in my life.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think they was really trying to push that with him in his story. Like look, if I play it, great. But I'm not going to be one of those dudes that's just going to call under a rock.
Yeah.
If I don't play. I got a child on the way. He loves his wife. And he's got enough money that he can live nicely for the rest of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly. So professionally, we can find fault with Mariota for what he did. We can say, you know, well, that wasn't a good business decision, or that wasn't a good teammate that did that. But on a personal level, I mean, he had a child and he had surgery. And for those two reasons, on a personal level, I don't fault him. But as far as a business decision and being a star quarterback or trying to be a star quarterback in the league, maybe he shouldn't have left. I can see where you're coming from on that. To what Anthony was saying, the NFL forced the Jets into hard knocks for this season. Now, the Jets pushed back as much as they could. They didn't want to do it. But the NFL finally, you know, laid the hammer down and said, you're going to do this. And it's funny because just like what Anthony was saying, the Jets said, well, you're not going to show us cutting players. You're not going to interview those players when we cut them for the 53-man roster cut. So that they're trying to put some compassion into it. At least the Jets are, but that's not what the NFL has in mind.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's
Aaron
why.
Rodgers, I guarantee Aaron Rodgers didn't want cameras following.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I don't think it was really
I think it was mainly Aaron Rodgers that was pushing back on that.
Yeah, I mean, even
Tom Brady was like, "I'm retired, bro. Come on now."
But even a report
I already put the cleats up.
Even a report came out that said that exact same thing, Twan, that Aaron Rodgers was pissed and this and that, which, I mean, I kind of understand. You're in your going to be 40s, and the only reason you're still playing is to win, so you don't want any distractions. But I understand what you're saying. He's totally like, it's a lot, especially when people are watching you at every moment with cameras and stuff like that. It's a lot of pressure.
He seems to be very proud to do it in his private life. So, and then, you know, who's going to watch if you're going to watch the Jets in that docuseries that they do, then people probably going to want to see his story more than anything. And if
they do.
If that crew feels like they can't get anything out of him or he's not participating, then it probably won't be as interesting.
Right. But as far as the cuts,
Cody,
you think about these players, these guys trained their entire lives, and the shot to make it to the NFL is the culmination of everything they've done in their entire life. And then to have someone put a camera in your face and then ask you how it feels like after you find out that you failed what you've worked at your entire life, that is a horrible thing, man. I think that is too much access into people's personal lives, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
The last thing with Aaron Rodgers is this.
It makes for
Aaron
great
Rodgers
TV,
loves
though,
the camera. Aaron Rodgers loves the camera. He just loves the camera that he could control, like the show that he does with.
And I love Aaron Rodgers. Like, he's my favorite quarterback. Like, besides for
what's the guy the show he goes on all the time
with Aubrey Martin,
Pat McAfee show.
The McAfee show.
He also
he tells them what to ask him, and what he'll go into. He ain't gonna like it that crew gonna try to be in his business and he can't control it. Hey, Aaron Rodgers is a control freak, in case y'all didn't know that.
Well, hey, man, hey, speaking of the quarterback position, hey, I'm going to stay on the quarterback position, but I'm going to pivot a little bit. I got CPG, Carolina Panthers guy. He's asking me about how we feel about Andy Dalton and how we feel about Matt Corral. And, it's been put out that the Panthers intend to give Matt Corral a large majority of the preseason snaps. What are you hoping is the outcome? Are you someone like me who would like to see Matt Corral get a shot to be our number 2 quarterback? Or are you of the mindset of, well, let Matt Corral have a good performance and then maybe trade him for some draft capital, try and get something in return for him? Or is it just, hey, let's not be the 49ers and let's make sure that we have 3 quarterbacks on the team so that way we don't have a disaster on our hands? What do you guys think is the most likely scenario for quarterback 2? And then what do you want to happen if you had your way?
I'll go first real quick because mine's like really quick. But okay, so like, honestly, like I'm not like. I'm glad Matt Corral's on our team. I'm not a big fan of him or anything, but I do want to see him succeed, obviously. Like, if he has a chance to go compete for a starting job somewhere else, then I think we should all, agree that that's the best situation for him. Now, I would like to see him as the quarterback too, but I just don't think that's the reality of it. I think since Dalton's under contract for 2 seasons, they probably want him, playing in case anything happens to Bryce. So I think it's that simple, and I think you're just paying him. Dalton's making too much money to the point where he's a quarterback 3, if that makes any sense. I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, you brought him in as a free agent.
I just hope the guy don't get hurt again. That's really what I care about. I mean, we know Bryce is going to be the starter for the season. Whether he proves himself to be quarterback 2 as the backup over Andy Dalton or not, I don't really care. I just hope we never see the backup. That's what I care about. So,
I mean, dude, what if Matt comes out here balling, bro? Like, what if he just comes out here just shooting the pill around the yard,
we have a
man?
backup we never want to see then. We feel a little confident we can win, but we still never want to see him on the field. That's crazy.
Right. But, I mean, that's quite the conundrum, And like Randy Stover says, Matt never had a shot with Matt Rule. It came into a bullshit scenario. I'll maintain that. I don't know. I just want something good to happen to him, man. If we do trade him, I hope it goes to a team where he'll have the ability to compete. But if I'm being real, I mean, until we figure out this turf, and by the way, there's another news story about the turf that we're about to get into in a moment. Knowing that we went through 3 quarterbacks last year, I'm sorry, man. I'd prefer to have all 3 of them on the roster in the quarterback room, training to make each other better. Like, I just don't see a reason. I don't see a better option in trading him away for, a 5th round pick? Maybe not even that, like a 6th or 7th round draft pick for a player that might never make the team. It's like, that's not even worth it to me. You might as well leave Matt on the roster.
I will agree with.
Yeah, he's not costing us anything.
Yeah.
He's only $600,000 a year. Yeah, just keep him in. Let him develop. And I talked with Pickle about this a lot this week. I was like, what if Matt Corral throws for 8 touchdowns in the preseason? Then you've got something to think about in the future of Andy Dalton, because in the long run, Matt Corral is better for this team as a backup. He's not as expensive, and he's got more longevity. So there's a lot of reasons why we would want to see Matt Corral excel in the preseason, and we're going to get a chance, and I'm excited for him too. He hasn't had a lot of interviews last year or this year, but if you compare the two, the one he had last year versus the one this year, you can tell that he's all in on Frank Reich, and he's excited to have Frank in as the new head coach, because clearly Rule did have it out for him. I mean, you can just tell from the man's tone of voice and how he reacted to the media. He's a lot happier this year, and he's more excited about being part of this team. So I'm excited to see him play this year.
Same.
Yeah,
same here. Yeah.
I knew Rule had a.
Unfortunately, if they're
Here we
putting
go.
him,
Here we go.
Oh, no.
Start
if they
the
putting him
bullshit.
out there, y'all know me. If they're putting him out there, they want him to excel to shop him, bro. If they let him take most of the snaps, we know what that language means. It's to
Well, yeah,
shop
but that doesn't mean you have to sell.
Well, I was about to say, like, why? Like, because Bryce is
Because if
still
he
a
doesn't
rookie,
play
he should
well
be-
and gets hurt, they're gonna cut him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with
Yeah,
the
that's
two
true.
things that
That's another
JK
true
said
fact.
when he was like, you never want to see the backup quarterback play because even if
Yeah.
Matt Corral is good, it's like we gave up so much for Bryce Young. We just look like a bunch of clowns that we had like this 3rd round rookie on our roster the whole time. And
We
that
look like the poor man's 49ers.
Yeah, exactly. And like the 49ers, they have a great roster, but they still haven't been able to get over the hump because of the quarterback position. So like I just don't want to be in that situation. And then I agree with Twan. Like I honestly thought Bryce would be playing a good bit this season since he's still a rookie. Like they probably are shopping him. As much as Matt Corral doesn't want to leave the team, that's really not in his control, to be honest. So we'll see what happens.
It shouldn't be, you know.
And did he
it's
get a
like-
fair shot? Did he really get a fair shot?
No, he didn't get a fair
Because
shot.
our,
but that's-
because our
No,
media,
not really.
A lot of people
No.
haven't, but he got that rookie deal, so he could
our
play
media,
everything.
our media is gonna look. Quite frankly, our media is only gonna go out there and cover Bryce Young. They're not gonna show you what Matt Corral is doing every day in practice. They're only gonna show you Bryce Young.
I mean, they're only going to show you Bryce Young until you start
That's
to
what
see.
I think everybody's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're only going to show you Bryce Young
Yeah,
until
everybody's
Bryce Young
going to
gets
start
hurt.
talking about
Right.
it because we got Bryce Young on the team.
If Matt Corral was out there throwing dimes, if he's out there throwing dimes every day and bumping players talking, they're not gonna let you see that shit. They're not gonna let you see it.
Yeah, because the moment that he's
Right.
that Bryce
Yeah.
Young struggles, you're going to be like,
Because they know
well,
the crowd
maybe we
gonna
should.
turn on him.
I'm just of the mindset like if you're already developing Bryce, why not develop Corral in the same manner to play the same
Right.
game, to play the same? Then you can pay him less because he already knows he's number 2 to Bryce, and he knows it going into every season, every practice, every game that he's backup until his number is called. That's what he's supposed to do is just develop. And I mean, I'm of the mindset that he's worth more to me developing than he is a 6th round pick.
Yeah, and like I hear what Anthony's saying. You know, we paid Andy Dalton. You know, he would be a very expensive third. A third string quarterback. I get that, but I look at it from the standpoint of Matt is a younger dude. He has a bigger arm talent. He's more mobile, and he fits an RPO offense better than Andy Dalton does.
Right.
So, I mean, yes, I know we brought in Dalton, but I almost believe that we brought in Dalton more for his leadership and his mentorship.
Yeah.
And what he's done in the NFL rather than him being a legit player. Go ahead.
I'll give you even one more reason why Corral is not going anywhere. Frank Reich, since he became a head coach, has dealt with injuries with Andrew Luck, who then he had to worry about a backup playing. He then had to deal with injuries with Carson Wentz, who he had to then have a backup playing. Like, I mean, you're talking about his entire time as a head coach impacted his career as a head coach moving forward because he just had to continue to play backups. I don't think he's going to roll the dice and say that we're going to get rid of a guy like Matt Corral, who still has the potential to still potentially be good, right? He could still come in here and do something that's positive for this team. And if he can have a backup quarterback be with him the entirety of his training camp, the entirety of the preseason, the entirety of the season, even if it's 8 months or 8 games in, like it's much more valuable to have him on the roster than not at this point in time. The argument, the question you have to ask, is he worth one of the 53 man roster spots?
CK, the only thing I push back on you with that is Matt Corral's not going to want to stay on this team.
Matt Corral doesn't have a choice.
Is developing, he's getting better. Who wants to sit behind Bryce Young and what Bryce Young is projected to do? I mean, I ever get in the game.
Who's he going to go to start right now? Like,
I think he wants to go. I think he wants to go somewhere where he can potentially start.
I'll say this though, Twan. Reports came out Like, okay, so this is the part of Matt Corral I don't understand because
I would stay for the development, but I'm out as soon as I feel like I'm ready to start.
Yeah, here's the thing. He says he doesn't want to be traded right now. But like if you don't want to be traded right now, but you have like a starter's mentality, you have to be kind of delusional to think that you're going to start over Bryce Young unless he just tears his ACL or something crazy. So that's the part where I don't understand. Like if he wants to be a starter, like then it makes sense that he should be playing 80% of the preseason games so he can show teams what he has.
But
like,
he's not going to be a starter no matter where he goes. He's going to have a potential, but he's going to be hoping the same thing, that somebody gets hurt so he can go start.
Yeah, he's going to have to sit behind someone.
Okay, so like for example, I don't think. Okay, so for example, Washington, Sam Howell wasn't like a first overall draft pick that they traded the far to go get. So that's a more reasonable place for him to compete because there's less to lose there. If you get what I'm saying. Like if he stays here and he takes the job from Bryce Young, then we lost DJ Moore, we lost draft picks all because we had the guy on our roster previous year we drafted him.
And do you really think he's going to take the job from Bryce Young? Do you really think?
Yeah, nobody.
No.
I mean, and then why didn't I like to address why Big Jordan? Why Big Jordan? That was just podium talk, bruh. Come on, man. That's podium talk. He was addressing that text. He was addressing that text. That text that he sent out on draft night. That text. It was all about that text, and he had to do cleanup. That's what we call damage control. Podium talk. That's all that was about.
All right, so let me ask you, Matt Corral.
Wouldn't you rather have him than not have him on the team, though, man?
Especially with the new rules.
Yeah, Andy Dalton's 34 years old. Like, Matt Corral's the younger guy. So
Andy Dalton is still proficient, though, Cody.
Right, but it's not even a discussion about.
You like him, though, Cody, right? You like him? Is that fair to him to sit down? Is that fair?
I mean, where else is he not? But where is he not going to be sitting, Kendall? That's the point.
Cares? Why are we talking about a backup quarterback?
No, hold on, JJ. It don't matter where he goes. He's going to have to be sitting behind someone else anyway. So
he's not going to get a shot here,
in Carolina.
Hold on.
He's not going to get a shot here, though, Cody. Not at all.
Cody, hold on, Anthony. If he gets traded to Washington per se, because that's probably the most likely possible spot, because it's Jacoby Brissett and Sam Howell. If he can't beat out Jacoby Brissett and the 7th round pick, then guess what? He's boo-boo. He's a bum, right? Like, come on, guys. That's the only team that's willing to trade for a quarterback right now on just a low-risk, high-reward potential type shit we used to be on.
Let me ask you, if from the perspective of Matt Corral, right? He wants to go somewhere where he has the potential to start, right? I agree with that. Exactly. I don't think that he's going to be able to beat up Brissett. Brissett is a step, like he's able to manage the game. He is basically Teddy Bridgewater, right? So I don't think that I don't think they're going to roll the dice with a guy like Matt Corral. They might be willing to trade for him, but let's look at it from Matt Corral's perspective. Like, they have a few weapons, but I mean, they're not he's not going to be able to. They're not one quarterback away. You know what I mean? Like, the Panthers are a quarterback away for the most part, outside of maybe one or two positions. Like the Commanders are not that way. They're they might be competitive from 1 year to the next, but when you think about their offense, you're not thinking powerhouse. They have one guy who is just like a madman, but the rest is kind of like who do we have? Like, it's just not really.
They got Dotson, they got Curtis Samuel, they got Logan Thomas, they got a solid offensive line like us.
No. Let's talk about everybody outside of the first person you mentioned. Who?
I said Jahan Dotson and Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, Curtis Samuel hasn't done anything. Curtis Samuel has done nothing for them.
Nothing.
Okay. He hasn't done much since our last season we had him.
Right.
Still,
and who do they have at running back? Logan Thomas has been, he's just basically a body. Like, he's not out there, but he's basically the same tight end we have on our team, other than Hayden Hurst.
Why'd you say we're a quarterback away then?
No, I'm saying other than Hayden Hurst. Like, I'm talking about last year when you think about the tight ends that we had, like, you're talking about a person who's done nothing. Like, Logan Thomas is not somebody who, if he got cut today, he's going to start somewhere else right away. Like that's just not who
well,
he
they
is.
still have Terry McLaurin.
To me, the point of the
I was
point
just
of
talking about the QB competition in general, though. Like,
I know, but I'm
that's
just
like the only situation
okay,
he
but
could
this is what I'm
possibly
saying.
start in.
All right. We mentioned Jacoby Brissett. We mentioned Sam Howell. All these other different people. Nobody is predicting Matt Corral to win a job anywhere. So again, obviously has something to prove.
I know two teams where he can go and start.
Why would you not want him to be ready and waiting here on the off chance that something did happen and your number 2 quarterback is an aging 33, 34-year-old quarterback?
Why would we?
I'm not asking y'all to say Matt Corral is the future and no bullshit. I'm just saying it'd be a lot better than, especially looking after what happened to San Fran last year, it would be better to have him than to trade him for a 7th-round pick that's not going to make the team anyway.
Cody,
it just made no sense.
Here's why.
Well, Cody, he don't got a shot in
Well,
hell.
what happened to San Fran was because they play also like what 3 extra games than us. Like it was the duration of like a full ass 20-game season.
Well, yeah, but they still had hurt quarterbacks, and so did the Panthers for that matter.
When does that happen? You got 3. When does that happen, Cody? You have 3 quarterbacks go down in one game. That don't happen all the time.
Hold on.
Maybe not in one game, but it happened last season. We went through 3 of them. Kendall, we went through 3 quarterbacks last year.
I know. We did, but like, once again, that's an anomaly. That's an anomaly, though. That's an anomaly. That doesn't happen every
season. It happened just last year, though. All right, go ahead.
Hey, it's not about wanting to have an Anthony. I promise. I think Anthony needs to be the next one to speak. He's been trying to get a word in, but we're not talking about this being a move to make simply because we want to have 3 men on the roster that are quarterbacks in that every game, right? That's a benefit to having a 3rd quarterback. The argument isn't that we only want to keep them for that benefit, right? That is a pro to the list of pros and cons. The other pro is that you have 3 quarterbacks who can be from the start of training camp all the way through the year, who understand the offense, who we've, everybody on the offense has admitted that it's a lot more complicated than that they normally deal with. So why would you not want to have 3 quarterbacks, especially if Bryce Young goes down and now you have Andy Dalton and some other guy that you had to hire off the street? It doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense if you have this other rule that helps you want to keep him on the roster and a rookie contract.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Go ahead, Anthony, and then we'll get Q and Kendall. Then I got another question that I think will make for a good debate as well. Go ahead.
Anthony. Yeah, this is a good conversation. I like this topic.
Yeah.
Okay, first off, I'm not an Andy Dalton stan or anything like that. I just think he's a pretty solid backup. I mean, I think you go look on a lot of metrics. He's like, if you go on some outlets, like they have him ranked in the top 3 of backups in the league. Like that's great. That's what you want in a backup. And my second point was, okay, so I personally think when I mean Matt Corral's not going to win a job here, I don't think that means he's not going to be able to win a job anywhere else. I just think we have a very unique situation because we just traded up for a rookie quarterback. He basically has no chance here. But for a team like Washington, who I know JJ said has some solid pieces, but their owner's out on the way out. Ron Rivera's on the hot seat. He maybe have a chance to, get maybe a short-term future home there, at least get playing time on the field. Because, I mean, you could admit, Cody, like Matt Corral definitely wants to be a starter. I mean, I know Kendall said it.
Oh, yeah.
He posted on, that thing on draft night that we went over. So he clearly has some frustration. And, like, maybe he is just podium talking his way. Like, oh, yeah, I want to be here. I think maybe that is the politically correct thing to say. So, but I do get CK's point. You keep him on the roster, he doesn't actually take up a 53-man spot. So there's that. My only thing is that if you don't believe in Matt Corral and you can get something for him and he gets a fresh start, you could sign another guy off the practice squad to be your 3rd string quarterback. Like that's the reality of it. So I think a lot of factors play into it. I'm more comfortable with Andy Dalton in the game because Matt Corral, if he had to come in this year, he is still kind of like a rookie.
He is a rookie.
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the same situation as Bryce Young. So.
Can I ask you? I mean, here's my hesitation. Right, we're all Panthers fans. We've been Panthers fans for as long as many of us can remember. Right, and let's just talk about the past 6 years of our entire existence. Okay, Cam Newton hurt. right? Then they call in Taylor Heineke or whoever, he gets hurt, or Kyle Allen gets hurt. Like we had every single season, we've had one or two quarterbacks, sometimes three quarterbacks go down with ankle injuries or some other concussion or something along those lines. How in the world are we going about this thinking that, man, we should go in with just these two quarterbacks, especially in a new year when we can have three with one on a rookie contract? Like the logic is just not there, especially the history of the Panthers. Like I think we should all be on the same page, knowing exactly what we've dealt with for the past 6 years, understanding that injuries are going to happen. And I would much rather have two guys waiting in the wind that know exactly what this offense is meant to be.
Did you think I was saying trade him? Well, I don't even think anyone's going to trade him. But and also, like, I agree with Cody. It's like, it's just a young guy that it's just a potential. We spent 2 third-round picks on him. You might as well keep him on the roster for his rookie deal.
No,
you're not going to get much
that's not how it happens. And CK, I can tell you this: his agent doesn't want him on this team.
His agent doesn't have a say in whether he's on this team.
I know they kind of do. You know what I'm saying?
They don't.
Because
they signed a contract.
I know, but if you ain't gonna get, if you feel like he's becoming a problem, then you're gonna leave him. I know 2 places right here in the NFC South where he could go. I don't think the Panthers will ever trade him to those teams, but he could go make it in Atlanta.
Let's be real.
Starting quarterback in Atlanta or Tampa.
What leverage does he have to try to hold out and cause a fit?
None.
Zero. There's no leverage. All that would do is hurt his ability to even get signed to another person.
He's not hurt.
Here's my only thing with this, though.
His only history is hurt in the NFL.
If I'm his agent, I'm like, he's not happy with it, man.
I just want to know why is he playing like 80% of the preseason then? Like, are they trying to showcase him? Do they already not believe in the Bryce Young that they need to see what they have in him?
They don't want to put Bryce on the field.
But so they don't want to put Bryce on the field, but even Cam was on the field for a little bit during preseason. Like,
yeah, well, we're gonna see all of them, but I think it was knowing what he went through last year, not really having an opportunity. I mean, he was behind PJ Walker last year, right? So now you're gonna know you already know what you have in Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton's the 11, 12-year veteran. Bryce Young, you're trying to save for the season. There's literally no reason to not play Matt Corral because, hey, let's say someone does give you an offer that you can't refuse for whatever reason, and you're like, all right, fine, we'll let Matt go to a better situation and we'll get something in return for him. If not, then you know that you have another young, dynamic quarterback that can run your offense in a pinch if you found yourself in that situation, which, by the way, the Panthers did last season. We played 4 quarterbacks. And
I think it's because they just don't want to get Bryce hurt. Like, we had a rookie quarterback last year that got hurt in the preseason.
It does not matter what you want.
I think the Panthers is playing with his career, man.
That's what I'm saying.
But Twan, here's the deal. Yeah, but look, how long was Geno Smith a backup in the NFL, and you had to be behind someone else before he got his opportunity to be a starter?
Man, who wants to sit behind Bryce Young?
It doesn't matter what he wants, Twan.
But Twan, if he's upset, if he's upset though, Twan, he can say something and get out of that situation and make the Panthers not take his 5th year and trade him before that. But the point I was going to get to was that like you were saying, what Frank Reich does not know what he has in Matt Corral. He's never worked with him. He's going to save Bryce Young for the season, so why wouldn't he work with Matt Corral now, whether he wants to keep him or shop him to trade? He's still going to want to work with him. So playing the preseason makes sense. I personally think that he's going to stick around because of the new rule that he's not going to count against the roster, and he's cheap.
Yeah. And then Anthony said it. Listen, even if Bryce Young gets hurt, Corral's not going out there.
Exactly. Unless Andy Dalton
they're going to send the other quarterback out there.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here, I'll add off this really quick. So I get what CK's saying about injuries. Yes, that stuff I totally understand. Yeah. But if you trade Matt Corral for, like, let's just say he plays in preseason, some teams offers you a 5th or 6th rounder, you take that. I really think we could find a 3rd string quarterback in free agency or on the practice squad that's worth a 5th or 6th overall pick. Because yet again, if you feel that low of Matt Corral, then that means you weren't confident of him going in the game for you regardless. That's why you traded him. So, I mean, I still think, like, if he's not happy here, and the Panthers don't believe in him that much, I mean, I think they would be fine with trading him.
Right, but that's why they're going to play him. They need to know what to believe in. If he does well, then you know that you have a viable option.
They see it every day
further down the roster. Yeah, but
hold on, Twan.
But not in game.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, JJ. Hold that thought 1 second. I want to get Michael in on the conversation. I hadn't heard from Michael in a minute. Michael, what would you like to see done with Matt Corral? Would you like to see him on the roster this year? Or would you like to trade him maybe if he does well and get something in return for him?
Honestly, in my opinion, as much as I hate to say this, but it's my opinion, I'd rather see him play, but get like a trade offer for him because, like, who knows? Like, I don't see Bryce Young probably getting injured. Maybe. I'm just putting it out there. But I don't know if, like, I'm trying to think of how we can do this, but if he thinks that he's worth value, which I know he probably is when he's out there practicing, pretty much I feel like we just need to see what kind of offer we can get for him. I hate to say that, but that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Like when he gets out there.
Twan had a good mention. He said you and Anthony said they're just gonna throw Andy Dalton out there. If it's week 9 and they throw Andy Dalton out there, shouldn't that tell you something about how they feel about Matt Corral, though?
Exactly.
Yes, and they see him practice every single day, like you said, JJ.
Yeah, but now we're talking about what ifs. We have not seen that much of Matt Corral. That's why they want.
By that point, we'll see his preseason, though, Cody.
Cody,
by that point, we'll see preseason. It will be 9 weeks with Andy Dalton and Bryce Young. He's taken up as much learning as he can up to that point. All this other good stuff. He's had a whole year to be a pro, maybe not on the field, but as a professional athlete and 1 year of learning, that still helps under his belt. Okay, he has no reason to just when it's week 9 and if he has an opportunity for the backup to go in and we're throwing Andy Dalton out there, it just speaks on Matt Corral not looking up or not living up to your wet dream, Cody.
I'm just hearing a lot. Like my man Wyatt Jordan says, I'm hearing a lot of what ifs. You know, what ifs.
Says the if.
I mean, yeah, it's like what if? What if? I mean, hey, that's
us keeping Matt Corral on the team is a big ass what if.
Let's just be honest, real quick. So what we're saying though is that if we see him in preseason, and Bryce Young goes down with, like, he tweaks his ankle for a couple plays, week 9, and Andy's got to come in. And they've already seen Matt Corral, and they didn't trade him. That means 2 things. 1, they don't believe in him. And 2, no one was willing to trade for him. That's what we're trying to say. I know it's what is, but that's just a scenario.
If they put Andy Dalton in first, it doesn't necessarily say that they don't believe in Matt Corral. But it's the point that you made earlier, and they paid money to bring Andy Dalton here to Carolina, and that's I understand that point. But to me, those things don't equal out to be one another. It's not, it's not an endorsement on Matt Corral if they decide to go with Andy Dalton. Like, maybe they just want the older veteran for those types of scenarios,
because they feel more confident winning. A similar situation was 2020 when the Dolphins kept pulling Tua for Ryan Fitzpatrick. There were times where they just felt more confident in winning the football game with a veteran out there because they didn't think the most of their young player. It speaks on the young players.
Can I say just one last thing about Matt Corral? The other thing
Cody,
is this.
you nasty for the if game.
When you're in the NFL, man,
bro.
When you're in the NFL, a lot of different things change in the NFL. Like, holding on to Matt Corral, to me, will be some selfish shit. That man is trying to make money at the end of the day. And he can't make top dollar being no damn backup.
What has he proved to the Panthers for us to respect that, though?
Nothing. But he's saying, look, at least
Exactly.
send me to another team where I can go somewhere and be
Who
somebody.
cares what he
But he's
said?
not going to make any more money on his rookie deal.
Not on his rookie deal. That's what I'm saying. Not on his rookie deal.
I just
That's
don't
why I
understand.
said, look, stay here, soak up what you can soak up, and then
It is what it is.
I'm out of here.
Hey, let me introduce a fellow member of the 704 Charlotte Bound Show.
Yes,
my
sir.
man Ray Pabon. Ray, what's up, bro?
Yogi.
What up, Pibbis?
What's good, brother? What's good, everybody?
What's up,
Hey,
Ray?
man,
What's up, Ray?
Having a great Friday, man. How you doing?
Yeah.
Bittersweet moment. I just dropped the kids off, so obviously I had a great last few days with the kids. But you know how it is. Any of the parents out there, you drop them off, you have that little tear run down your eyes. You drive away.
I hear you, man. Let me so Ray, let me ask you. I'm gonna get in a few more opinions and then I'm gonna go on to my next topic. But Ray, what do you think about Matt Corral and what the Panthers are gonna do with them? Them giving him the bulk of the preseason snaps. Are they trying to trade him? Would you prefer him be on the roster now that you can have 3 quarterbacks suited up and ready to play? How should we go about this, man?
Well, I'm all about value. I love draft picks. I love draft capital. So I think what we should do, and which I would assume this team will do, is go out there and showcase them. They're gonna try to put him in the best positions possible. They're gonna give him a lot of playing time. They're gonna showcase him. They're going to try to make a sale. I mean, they're gonna go out there and do exactly what I feel like we have seen countless times happen in the preseason, where a team that kind of has a fringe guy, they try to showcase him so they can get something out of it instead of just releasing him. Because I am 100% at a point where this guy will not be on this roster come the start of the season, whether it be from being released or from being traded. I just think it's you have a number 1 pick in the building, and you have a guy that was picked in the 3rd round last year from another regime that is vocal about wanting to be the guy and wanting to start and wanting to play and improve himself. So we were quick to get rid of Smitty because it was too much of a tug of war of him and Cam and who's the leader. Why the hell would we allow anything like that to happen with the 1st overall pick and some guy we picked in the 3rd round from some flocked head coach the year prior?
Those are just so
I think what's going to happen is exactly. I'm sorry.
Those are just such a different scenario because, like,
They really are.
Like Smitty was the leader of the team.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying in the sense of like, look what that quote unquote did, and look what that situation did. Obviously, 100% different scenarios. I'm making the comparison in the simple sense of the team moved on from one or the other because they didn't want any sort of issues. Does that make sense?
Right. Well, but that's assuming that there's going to be. I just don't know in what world Matt Corral has any leverage to create issues at all. Right. I mean,
not necessarily maybe in-house, but just enough to where like maybe you know how the media works, bro. The media will catch wind of it. Somebody will blow the story out of proportion. Some journalist will. So like it's just more of like that. So then again, you're trying to protect an investment. You're going to protect your investment by making sure all those little things kind of go away. So again, and I'll give it to you. Maybe because of the severity of it, maybe not the greatest comparison, but just again more so the comparison of we watched the team get rid of.
Sure.
Right. We watched the team get rid of somebody to avoid an issue, a possible issue, or yada yada yada. So like that's how I'm kind of viewing it as well. They're going to showcase Corral. Try to get something out of them. For a while I was pounding the table where it's just like, yeah, you would think a 3rd round pick sounds about right. But after hearing everybody come on the show and say their spiel, I mean, it kind of makes sense that, I mean, and I want to shout out.
We traded up for.
Who was it? Twan, the Falcons fan that hopped on. He did the whole used car analogy. I'm like, you know what? That's pretty spot on. So,
Wolf.
I'm sorry.
No, Red Swan, but Wolf.
Yeah. So the whole point is,
Wolf in the chat room. What up, Wolf?
Yeah.
What's good, bro? So I guess I'm gonna
in the 3rd round.
I'm going to quote him.
Our quarterback in the future, bro.
Right. So I'm gonna quote him that when he was on our show say the same thing. So obviously it's not coming from me, it's coming from him. Is that's like a used car. You drove that shit off the lot, wrecked it before you even. I mean, it depreciates the second you took it to begin with. So between that and we wrecked the hell out of it last year in the preseason, no one's going to be lining up to give us the third rounder for Corral. But I mean, hell, I'll still take a fourth or a fifth or whatever, you know.
Well, to be fair, we paid more than a third round for him, so a third rounder would be.
Let me do 2 orders of business first, because we gotta do some business, and we have another discussion that I want to get into, and I think that'll be a good debate too. But first up, hey, it wouldn't be a Friday free for all without the man, the myth, the legend. His fits of rage are the stuff of wonders. It's Panther Pickle. Pickle, what's up, buddy?
Yo,
Kosher Dill.
Traffic.
What's up, Pick?
You're unadulterated hell, which was Nashville and Knoxville and home. If you put a nuclear bomb in there, I don't think it could get any worse. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So,
I had to turn your volume up, Pick, but no, we got you for the most part. You're, hey, man, I know that traffic is no joke, but we appreciate you being on the show.
I wanted to chime in.
Jump in.
And I understand the situation in the crowd. I really do. Because if you got Matt Corral, there's a point when, I mean, you know, this coaching staff didn't draft him. I understand that he sucked what little bit he played last year. I really understand that. And if I'm another team, my quarterback situation really has to suck bad. I mean, it has to extra suck for me to entertain a possibility of giving anything more than maybe a conditional 7th round pick for a guy who looked utterly gross last year. And even then, it was widely reported in the draft process last year he wasn't ready to start any time at all his rookie year. Well, now it's worse because now he's 2 years behind in development. So you're really going to have to push him hard in preseason. And like I said, in my opinion, you're really going to get hard. I mean, you got to look at what's that wide receiver Mims that got traded from the Jets to the Lions. The Lions had to the Jets had to give up a 7th to get a conditional 6th round pick. You think Matt Corral's going to garnish anything more than that? I mean, reality says no, he won't. So, and at the same time, if he goes through all of training camp, or he's already went through OTAs, he goes through all of training camp and all of preseason, and let's say the unfortunate, and God forbid it happen, Bryce comes out week 1 and twists his ankle. You put Andy Dalton, who's 35 years old, chances are you're going to need a backup quarterback. Now, do you want a guy who already knows the system, who already knows the coordinators, he knows the cadences, or do you want to get Joe Blow down the street who's flipping burgers who ain't played football in 20 years?
And he's young. He's young.
You know? I mean,
young.
It's just
he has arm talent.
And perfect for an RPO.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
and let's be honest, and we don't want to admit this because we love our offensive line, but if Bryce gets hurt and Andy Dalton gets hurt, chances are we've overrated this offensive line, or injuries are worse, or we're fucked anyway.
Sir.
So let's put a guy who can at least move. Now, granted, this ain't a guy that's our future by no means, but hypothetically that situation happens and Matt Corral keeps us above water, right? Then before week 6, you're going to have everybody healthy again. Maybe you revisit the trading options. Maybe somebody like the Vikings, who you know are going to need a quarterback next year, decide, well, maybe we're going to give a little bit more than a conditional 6th or 7th.
Well, Pickle, you know, Minnesota, they took your boy Hendon Hooker. Or no, the
Lions did.
The Lions did.
The Vikings should have took Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
Can I say this real quick? This is my last.
Yeah, real quick. And I want to do one more thing before we go on. Go ahead.
All right, this is my last thing on Matt Corral. I just don't think we value him that high. I think the preseason's probably his last chance to show this organization that he has something. And yet again, like I said this already. If you can get anything for him, I mean, that's great. Like if you don't think that he's, if you think you can just sign someone off a practice squad or free agency for 1 year to be the third string, that can do what he can do, then do it and trade him if he wants another place to potentially like have a better chance of starting, because that's ultimately what it comes down to. Like, I think Matt wants to compete for a starting job, whether you guys like it or not. He's not going to get that here. No matter if he comes in for like 8 games, if Bryce Young got injured the following season, he wouldn't be starting again. That's just not the reality of it. I mean, it works with the 49ers because they don't have a proven commodity. They're all just a bunch of guys. If you get what I'm saying, it's a different situation. I get the whole argument for 3 quarterbacks, but you can go out and get a third quarterback that you think can do what Matt Corral did to the guy that you just traded because you didn't have that much faith in him. So that's all I got to say.
Can I ask one question, and then I promise I'm going to stop with this. Let's say Matt Corral comes into the preseason and he absolutely tears it to the ground. Right, he's blowing it out of the water.
I was just about to say that.
Right. What do you want to do? Do you want to? I mean, I personally, as a Panthers fan, would like to see him stay and be a backup and potentially be there in case our quarterback goes down.
Yep.
Or would you rather trade him for a 7th round pick to somebody?
Yeah, and let me ask you this: even if he comes in and tears it apart, let's be real. What team's going to say, "Well, let's bring him in to compete with our starting quarterback"?
You don't have to go with the starting quarterback.
I don't know. I don't know any. I really don't know of any team that would do that.
Man, but that's where I agree with the sentiment. That is probably going to be later into the season where you would get the opportunity. Let some injuries happen to to maybe some other people around the NFL, and maybe they'll trade for him, man. But
I mean, and I'll say one more thing, and I know you've already discussed it, and then I'll leave it alone. If, like it or not, Matt Corral needs to look at himself in the mirror and say, last year you screwed up. Maybe it's your fault. Maybe it wasn't. Nonetheless, it happened. It happened. So you're kind of behind the 8 ball. So you don't really it's really out of your hands to compete for a starting job. Go out there and do the best you can and let the chips fall where they may.
Yep. Hey, real quick, man, if you're enjoying the content, hit that like, hit that subscribe. And hey, man, if you would like to really support the C3 Panthers podcast, considering buying some of the merch, man. We got T-shirts. I don't know if let me put my man Kyle up on. Yeah. Let me show off the goods, man. Kyle got that drip today, baby. Yeah, that C3 Panthers podcast.
That's dope.
Man, hey, if y'all would like a shirt of your own and support the show, catchronicles.com.
That's a sick fucking shirt.
Yeah, bro. We have mugs. We have T-shirts. We're going to be coming out with some new colors as well. Man, we're always doing new stuff over at C3, man. Y'all show some love and get y'all some of that merchandise. Help support the pod, bro.
It's a good shirt. It's a nice quality shirt. Like, it's a good shirt.
Hey, man.
I've got one. Mine arrived the other day.
Nice. Is it real comfortable, man? Does it fit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that. Hey man, let me introduce my man, Pantherology, my boy Clay. Clay, it's been a while, man. What's up, dude?
Not much, man. I'm just trying to put as much content out there for everybody as much as possible, man. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, man.
Yes, sir.
Tawan, I support everybody here, man. So
I gotta link up with you, Pantherology.
Please. Tawan, I'm a big fan of your show, man. I watch it every day.
Thank you,
I pound that like button like it owes me money.
Thank you,
so
brother.
you know what I'm saying?
So you can be honest and tell him you come from me. It ain't gonna hurt his feelings.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Hey, Cody, I do want to say one little thing, man, and this is CK, and it's just a rhetorical question, CK. If Corral blows it out the water, like you said, he's gonna really want to leave.
Sure.
Staying in Charlotte does nothing for him, and his agent wants to get paid, so he got to get him paid. He's gonna.
What does he want if he goes 5 of 20? And like,
but hold on. I think we've had a pretty robust discussion about Matt Corral. There was another topic I wanted to bring up that I've been seeing for a long time, and I want to get everyone's opinion on this. A lot of people are already relegating Brady Christensen to be a swing tackle for the Carolina Panthers. Now, this is from Mike K. He says the Panthers brass have repeatedly brought up Zavala's NC State history of playing next to left tackle Ekemekwana. It's hard to believe that it's a mistake or a red herring at this stage of the offseason. While incumbent left guard Brady Christensen did a good job last year on a much improved offensive line, there's an argument to be made that he was the weakest link in a strong chain. That doesn't mean Christensen should be replaced, but it does give the Panthers reason to push him this summer. Zavala has the making of a punishing interior blocker, strong and assertive at the position. If the Panthers run more power blocking plays this year, he'd probably thrive on the left side next to Ekemekwana. There's also the question of depth. Christensen has the versatility to play guard and tackle, and some might consider tackle to be his strength. Still on his rookie deal, Christensen is an affordable option as a starter or a swing tackle. My question to all of you is, what do you think is the best thing to happen? Should it be Chandler Zavala at left guard? And if so, what happens to Brady Christensen? How do y'all see this playing out?
First word I want to say is Judas. Judas. We always trying to get rid of some damn body, man. So I'm gonna start that word off with Judas first.
Twan, someone at this table will deceive me.
Damn, they're trying to get rid of Christensen already. Hey, listen, I'm gonna keep mine short and sweet. And James Campen, I trust, and he's gonna put the right guy out there. I'm done.
Yeah, right. I think. Now I'm gonna feed off of what Tawan said. I totally agree on what Tawan said. I mean, honestly, here's the thing. Zavala, however you pronounce his name, bash me in the comments if I pronounce his last name wrong. I don't know how to fucking say his name, but either way, you're right. I expect Christensen to start at left guard this season. I think that Zavala having that chemistry with Icky goes a long way, but I think that with his skill set and his worth ethic, from what we've seen and heard, we could see some competition coming into this training camp. And I think it's going to be one of the storylines coming throughout this training camp. But I don't see him starting. I see Christensen taking the start. I see that maybe Zavala might take the starting position after 7 games. But that's as far as I'm going to go with it.
Is that going to be a injury related taking over, or do you think it's performance?
Performance.
Yeah, I think. I think they really drafted Zavala because of the chemistry and especially I like Brady Christensen. I think he's a very good pass protector. I think probably the run blocking is what makes Zavala so intriguing, especially next to Ekemekwana. But I still think Brady needs to be on this offensive line for the future, eventually take a remote spot, because he still is a damn good player. And I don't care what the ratings say or what they were saying about him. I mean, I still think he was a very solid player for us last year. So even if
he didn't allow any sacks last year, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he is a swing tackle, or you could just play. See, that's a thing. I don't know. Maybe he takes the right guard. Maybe you slip in Zavala to the left guard and play.
No, Mays will take the right guard before Zavala will.
Yeah,
I mean, he's already playing the right guard. He's going to be starting it at the right guard because Austin Corbett's not going to be ready for the start of the season.
But hey, Anthony, I know you said you had to jump out of here, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you an out. Appreciate you joining the show, man. Give me your final words before you head out of here, bro.
For sure, man.
Why
for
you
sure.
always leaving early on Friday nights, man? Leave them bitches
Bro,
alone,
I've been here for 2 hours, my guy. I got shit to do, man.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, this dude is a pimp. Hey, he's
Come
telling
on.
y'all what he does on Friday nights.
Man, he be visiting them NFL and NBA players.
dude
He must
every
be a pretty
Friday
good.
night.
I got more
DoorDasher
DoorDashes to do, man. I got more DoorDashes to take
He's
care
a
of.
DoorDasher to the stars, man. Come on.
It's like that.
Go
hair
and get the
doesn't
money.
pay
Go
for
and get the
itself.
money. Go and get the money. Go and get the money.
You delivering
Hey.
something all right.
That hair don't pay for itself, boys.
Tell those girls they can wait up for a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah,
man,
trust
that's his stable. He can't.
I'm on my time, trust me.
You got to get behind that wife while you got the hair. Otherwise, you're going to be like me.
Let's be real. You want this man not to go out with his girls so he can spend time with us.
Hold tight, real quick. I gotta hear it. And I'm not trying to hijack this, but I know you got one crazy story. I gotta hear it. Every driver got a story. I need to hear it.
Oh, DoorDash stories.
about-
I love it.
About DoorDash?
Oh
Well, you
yeah,
wanna
some
hear,
dumb shit. Like I got a good one, but we're not gonna go there.
It's not dumb, but I'll tell you like who I just met yesterday.
Okay, that's cool.
So yesterday, like my high school, Marvin Ridge, you obviously don't know where it is, but like there's always been this one house with a gate and a huge driveway right across from it. And me and my friends, we were so stupid. We actually thought Michael Jordan maybe lived there, which is so random because there's no way he's just living.
Well,
in
which
Little
Michael
North
Jordan are
Carolina.
we talking about here?
Oh,
The-
no.
Not the football player.
Egg his house.
Yeah.
That wannabe football player, ain't it?
That dude's got a condo up in Charlotte. Don't worry, it's not him.
Yeah, dude. No, not the football player, but yeah. So I looked on my phone. I was like, Antoine J, order DoorDash for Antoine J, and I was like, okay. So I go to his house, and he has a huge gate, and there's like a call box, and I press the call box, go down this like 120 feet driveway. And it's just like huge house. He's like right there. He opens the door, and it's actually Antoine Jameson, like the ex
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, swear to God.
Jeez.
And he was wearing a UNC Tar Heels shirt. It was legit. I mean, he was so tall, probably like 6'10", crazy. But yeah, that was probably my coolest story. I don't really have any like bad memories.
How much did he tip you?
Well, see, let me throw an athlete one out there because when I was living in Tampa, now this was years ago. This was back when Cam Newton was a rookie. Now listen to this. So I was a landscaper. I cut grass, and we cut grass. A lot of it was basically commercial, but we had some residential. But any residential we had, it was big yards. So tell me how, of all the places, I somehow find myself at Josh Freeman's house.
Yeah.
And when I say Josh Freeman and his brother were complete fucking assholes, I think that's still an understatement to this day.
Well,
Complete fucking assholes. His little brother ripped up the invoice and told me, and I quote, "Send this to somebody else to take care of this bullshit."
Yeah, man. I remember him playing for the Bucks.
Did you ask him if his butt still fumbles?
No, I looked right at him. I was like, and I pulled up my shirt. I had a cut off Panther shirt. I was like, "Hey, keep pounding, baby," and walked away.
Hey, but real quick, Anthony, before you go, that's not even the last famous person you saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Who did you deliver to right after him, bro?
Okay, yeah. Y'all may think I'm making some shit up, but like this is 100% legit. Okay, so first off, I know Cody, you know this, but and Pickle knows this. Last summer, I DoorDashed to Derek Brown's house, and I actually got to meet him. I posted a picture on Twitter. He lives like 15 minutes from me in Weddington. I get his house again right after Antoine Jameson's house, but the order wasn't for him. It was for his brother, John. So I got to go to the house again. I didn't meet anyone, but like, I mean, my DoorDash luck has been crazy, man. So I thought that was cool. Man, I just have some luck with this DoorDash thing, man. I mean, it's good money, but it's cool meeting like these people.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't think Derek Brown lives in just like a normal ass neighborhood. I guess that's kind of like an undercover thing to make it seem like no famous person lives there like that. But yeah, man, I gotta go. But hey, boys, y'all know the vibe. C3 for life. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah,
hold down the fort for me, man, and keep pounding. Thank God Bryce signed his contract.
Keep pounding, Anthony.
I'll see y'all boys next Friday.
All right, peace and love.
Keep pounding, bro. Be safe out there, man.
I'll never forget my first time following Derek Brown and we shortly drafted him, and I find his profile, and I follow him. The very first thing I found out is he jumps on Panther fans. I'm assuming it was Panther fans, and he says, "Don't call my fiance my bitch." She says she's not that. You will disrespect my lady, and he just goes off on that. I thought, well, I like that. I myself
Don't mind that at all.
You know.
The thing is, when you do that shit, then that's only asking for the other roaches to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Then
you
they
know,
gonna just
I
turn around
just
and
thought
recognize the shit out of you.
that was cool for him to stand up.
All right, so
even
look, hold on.
responded to that
Let me get back to this Panther discussion. But before I do, let me welcome in my homeboy, White Chocolate Espresso, with them icy ass kicks you got in the profile picture. What's up, bro?
When they gonna sell them motherfuckers, bro?
Yo, Cody, I got a bone to pick with you, bro. I'm
bone
angry.
to pick?
You're a filthy fucking. You're a liar. Who told
I'm
you?
a liar? The fuck? How am I a liar?
Who told you I don't like fried chicken?
Oh, this shit about to get good.
You said you don't like chicken.
Oh shit!
When I met you, you said that you don't like chicken
all the goddamn time.
Bro, you straight up said that you don't even eat chicken.
Man, everybody
like
likes
that.
chicken.
I mean, somebody take this man's card.
Did you not? Wait, hold on. Did you not say that because you used to work at a chicken joint that you're like tired of chicken altogether?
Yeah, I calm down on eating it. Doesn't mean I hate it.
White Chocolate Espresso is a chicken nugget kind of guy.
Yeah,
exactly.
man.
I
He's
dumped them
some-
shits.
Yo, he's like some boneless wings. That's what he's trying to say, bro.
Shit.
Hey, it's
I'll grab you a bib, bro. I'll grab you a bib.
I appreciate it.
Hey, listen, boneless wings are good for folks who have big mouths, so they don't have to fight the bone.
No, Pickle, there's no justifying that, bro. I'm going to need you to just know. There's no justifying that.
What the fuck did that mean, Pickle?
There is no justifying that. Pause. I don't even know. Nope.
This shit escalated quick.
She had a double.
So we went left real fast.
Cody's a liar.
And I had chicken wing tonight. Now I don't know if I should eat a chicken wing again.
Nah, you a Gamecock fan. You be switching up too much, bro. That's what it is.
I'm a Gamecock fan. I switched too much.
No,
I
not
switched up
you.
the W's.
Him.
Oh, I was about to say.
I switched some W's up.
I never will.
I mean, is that like cannibalism and shit?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because that's
I
why
mean, if you're a Gamecock, how can you
when
eat
you-
chicken?
Go Gamecocks.
Exactly. They get the W's.
Bro, don't say that shit.
I'm a Gamecock fan and a Carolina Panther fan till I die, and I will die on
That's
that
all right.
damn
Twan's favorite is crab legs.
Damn, I don't give a damn.
I'd rather be a cock than a purple pussy any day.
No, you mean a tiger? A king
Purple
of
pussy.
the jungle? Yeah, you're right about that.
There you go.
Hey,
Fuck
I'm just
orange
saying.
tigers.
Hey, I'm just saying. A tiger fucks up a chicken every time, bro.
Not last year.
Last time I checked,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But you know what wipes all that shit out? A goddamn hurricane. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Right, man, you really should know.
Yo,
Hey, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You really shouldn't be a part of
But
this
only,
discussion.
hold on. But only in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Right.
That's the last time South
Screaming,
Carolina
let me
had big
finish.
Hey, nah, just leave it there. Just leave it there.
Are we talking about Miami hurricane?
Hey, what'd you say, CK? Say it again.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, he said nothing.
He said
The last
screaming,
time
let me
he hit
finish.
South Carolina was '89. So
I said he was screaming, let me finish. I'm like, I hear that on a regular basis from my wife.
You're dumb as hell, bro.
Oh, yo, somebody cash app that man.
You know what's crazy? I graduated from Coastal Carolina.
Coastal Carolina. What's that? Wilmington, right?
Hey
No,
man, it's only fair. I gotta let
Hey,
JJ
It's not
talk.
Myrtle Beach.
Thank you.
It's Conway, South Carolina.
All these
but, I mean, I live in
non-playoff
Myrtle
teams
Beach.
talking shit. Make the fucking
Ohio
playoffs
State.
first.
What's y'all's record against
Damn.
South Carolina?
Weak ass.
What's your record
When was the
against South
last time
Carolina,
y'all
JJ?
What's your team, JJ?
2-0.
Ohio State.
2-0. South Carolina's 2-0 against
JJ, how old are you, man?
Congratulations.
Against
bro.
who?
He's talking about
Against
some
Ohio
wins
State.
before I was even alive. I don't
We're
give a
2-0
fuck about
against
JJ, are
Ohio
you from
State.
Ohio?
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, exactly.
South
We're
Carolina
against
is 2-0
Ohio
You
State.
just picked the dope team from the beginning. Are you
Congratulations,
from
bro.
Ohio?
Yeah, I'm from Columbus, Ohio. That's
Oh,
where I
well,
grew
then,
up.
okay, then that makes sense. Then I get you.
Yeah, that's why I be saying
You gotta have
I'm
some kind of
everyone's favorite.
connection before you can claim a
Yeah,
team like that.
Hey,
come
by
on,
the
bro.
way, hey, hold on,
Hey, chill,
time out.
man. We
I have
Hold on,
connections
wait, time out.
in all
We're at,
universities in
wait,
South
time out. We're
Carolina.
at 10 people, so I'm gonna have to rotate people in and out to make sure everybody gets a word in edgewise.
I'm saying no worries, Cody. I can head out. I got a bunch of shit I got to do. I got work early in the morning anyway.
But
So I
wait,
can free up a spot for somebody.
shout out your channel, man. Tell them where they can find you.
Always, obviously, just like Twan, you can find us over at the 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Shout out to my brother 704. Rest in peace, brother. We're coming up on your anniversary again. Trust and believe. I don't care if nobody shows up. I'll be bringing my ass down to Charlotte. Obviously, I know Twan's on board as always. But yeah, I mean that's honestly really all I want to say. I just want to shed light on my brother. It's that time of year where it's really I'm sure it's all Twan and I can think about. So just want to shed the light on him one more time and continue to do just that. And honestly, yes, the reason why I continue to do this is that man. So just want to shout him out yet again. I will do so to the day I die. And as always, appreciate every last one of you on here. Cody, thanks for bringing me in yet again.
Yes, sir.
Always a good time. And yeah, you'll definitely catch me here next Friday as well. So keep doing the thing, keep pounding. I'll catch y'all next week.
Yogi.
Yogi. All right, bro.
Let's go.
All right,
All right,
peace
fellas.
and love, Brave.
Yep.
All right, man. Let me bring in my man Panther Pickle.
Hey, Cody, you can dump me for a little while. I gotta go finish cooking, but I'll be back.
All right, but there's
Don't
enough
threaten
spaces,
us.
man.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Tawan, I need to get up with you, bro.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, look, hit me up on Twitter.
All right, I'll hit you.
But I'll be back. I don't know how long you're gonna stay here, but I'll be
No,
back.
I'll stay on until you get back, bro.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Yeah, man. So, I want Pickle, jump in on this Brady Christensen, Chandler Zavala.
Is that what y'all talking about?
I like Brady
Kev,
Christensen a lot. I really do. And I think he reminds me a great deal, a super great deal. And I mentioned this on the Twitter space yesterday. He reminds me so much of Travell Wharton, who was a great guard, but he was a good tackle. That's who he reminds me of. I believe myself that Brady Christensen is a good guard, but I think he could be a great tackle, a great tackle. But right now, and I respect the fact that he's not going to give up his job easy. Because if he was just going to step aside and let somebody have it, you'd think less of him. Like the quarterbacks we just talked about. How would you feel if we had a quarterback once who, when the starter went out for a different reason, he wasn't injured, but he had to step out for a few plays, or he was supposed to. The backup's like, oh, no, I ain't going out there. I get paid to hold the clipboard. I don't get paid enough to go out there and play the football game. That was his last year here.
Yeah.
And it should have been his last year. If you get a player who don't really care if he starts or not, I don't want him on my team. Now, as far as that goes, I believe if I'm taking the two as a left guard, as what we're looking at, I think Chandler Zavala, while I haven't seen him play in an NFL game, I think he's probably better than Brady Christensen. That's what I'll go by. But that doesn't mean that Brady doesn't get a job, by no means. But I just think that, and I know people don't like this, but if Zavala takes Brady Christensen's starting job, Brady will prove he can play tackle very well. Somebody's going to lose a job.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at the odds and the ends, then fact of the matter is the older guy with the higher cap number in the NFL generally loses his job. That's just how it works.
Yep.
It may not
But
be
it's
fair,
also-
it may not be nice, but that's how it works.
It's also not like we're talking Christensen is a 33-year-old dude either.
No,
I mean, but it's his third year in the NFL, and I'll say this, right?
Yep.
I was looking at some Kim and Kwanu film, and I was looking at Kim and Brady next to each other, And
Yes.
they were a pretty damn good duo last year, man.
Yep.
And I want to make sure that we give Brady Christensen enough credit. This man never played guard in his
Right.
entire life.
Yes.
Ever before.
How old is Corbett?
And-
Well, did he not switch over at BYU a little bit though?
No, that's why it was. No,
I thought
he was
switched over a little bit and BYU.
No,
You
I don't
didn't?
blame
Okay,
you for
okay.
thinking that because
Okay.
Matt Rule and our staff at the time, they had him ranked higher as a guard than
Okay.
they did a tackle, even
Okay.
though the man never played a snap at guard at BYU. So that was dumb to begin with. But I'll say this too. I'm happy that Kevin Quander is our left tackle, but I don't think Brady Christensen did anything last season or last offseason to lose the left tackle job. There were clips of him shutting down Brian Burns in practice. So Brady Christensen is very talented. I know everyone kind of wants to move on from him, but then on the other hand, you watch Chandler Zavala, and the dude is a mauler, man. Like there's no denying it. Like
I think with Chandler, that the reason why he's a baller is because he feels so comfortable by Icky. So when that comfortability comes in, your performance is going to show.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I think when I was saying that I could see Zavala taking the starting position maybe 6 or 7 games down the line over Christensen, it's only more to the fact that he's comfortable with Icky, but also his work ethic and his performance is going to show and his skill set. I just think that it's very hard for me to replace a guy like Christensen last year that didn't allow a sack. So when you don't allow a sack last year, you want to put the person that's performing at that level consistently, and he did that last year. So I could see it. I could see both sides, right? You could see Zavala step in, but you could also see Christensen continue to do so. And I could also see Zavala being a rotational piece. So honestly, with this offensive line, we finished top 10 last year, and adding into it what we did with him, I'm not mad if Christensen continues to stay, but obviously if there's a move that needs to be made and we don't see the same obviously performance as of last year, then we can move on.
Hold that thought, Pick. I gotta let Kevin in. He's been chomping at the bit. Hey, I ought not let him talk because he called me a liar on my own show and shit.
I mean,
but
you
I'm a good ass guy, so I'll let Kevin go. Go ahead, Kev.
I was gonna say, how old is Corbett?
28 this year, but he'll be 29 next year. And just by the way, this is Corbett's last year he's collecting a bonus. After this, you could say, for example, in March or April of next year, you can save $3 million by letting him walk or trading him. Now, granted, I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. I'm just saying that would be an option.
Yeah.
Now,
I like Chandler, but he is a rookie and taken in the 3rd round.
Right.
Well, it just depends. We don't know what Corbett is going to be coming off of that ACL.
Well, I think that's the reason why. I think that's the reason why we got to look into this training camp. What Mays brings to the table.
Exactly. And so, also, if I may, real quick, at the very same time, in April of next year, you could act by releasing him or trading him. You could actually save $5 million by releasing Taylor Motor and not trading him. By the way, but just a heads up.
I've been one of the people saying I would not mind starting Brady Christensen.
I've been pushing that for a while.
Right.
Yeah, and if there was any way possible to maybe get some kind of value in a trade for Taylor Moton. I know a lot of people think that's crazy as hell, but if Christensen can play that
just
position,
like Trey Turner,
cheaper, I would rather let go a little early than a little bit too late.
Right.
And
No, I
let me-
see what you're
well,
saying. It just
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to move him to that side, the footwork and the playbook kind of changes of things.
Yeah, it does change. It is different. But I think your modern NFL tackles, you really have to be able to play left and right side. If I'm being honest, I think that's almost like a requirement in
It's
today's
more of an
game.
athletic. I think it's also an athleticism thing too.
Right, and
But
I do
isn't-
think Christensen is athletic enough to do that.
Isn't left tackle harder?
Well,
left
it
tackle,
depends.
I would say definitely left tackle is harder because of the competition that you go against, right?
But-
Because
and it's the money position.
think about Icky last year, right? He started at left tackle, right?
Right.
His first game, he had to go against one of the best defensive ends in the league, Myles Garrett. And I mean, honestly, he did. I still give the man praise for what he did last year.
He did a lot better than anyone expected.
I mean, you have to give that guy praise.
Hey, Cody.
He's
And
protecting the blind side too.
We haven't seen a left tackle like Icky since
Jordan Gross. Yeah. Hold that thought. Let me go to Michael. Then I'm gonna go to Don. Then I need to introduce somebody for our next segment that I think is gonna be a fun one. That I'm happy to get everyone's opinion on. I see you, Wolf. I'm gonna give you your intro in a minute, bro. I promise you, bro. And then, but yeah, let me go to my man Don, because in the chat, Don had a good idea about what the coaches might prefer. So, Deez, tell me what you think about this left guard spot, bro.
Right, yeah, just like Pickle was talking about earlier, we've seen, and CK, I think, we've seen multiple reports to say that Cade Mays is going to start in that right guard position until Corbett's back healthy. And Corbett's definitely going to take that position back over because that's where the money's at. So moving on to the left guard position, you don't have to look far. Just look back to the blueprint, episode 3. Watch what happens when we draft Zavala. Not only did Dan Morgan, Scott Fitterer, Nicole Tepper, Frank Reich all mention the guy. David Tepper comes running up at the last second, right after Zavala sends a text to Scott Fitterer. And he says, hey, how many guys saw this guy? And that's a ton of pressure that's coming down from the owner onto the coaching staff that this guy's going to play. And not only that, look at the excitement of James Camp and in the background of Blueprint Episode 3, clapping his hands together, getting excited because we drafted the guy. And the guy was texting our GM wanting to play for us. I don't see how he's anything else than a perfect fit for this team, especially with his relationship with Icky. But it puts poor Brady in a bad situation. And I think that Brady is in a situation where he may kind of get railroaded by the brand new coaching staff. Even though he played very well and was a serviceable guard last year and had never played the position, he may get outed in training camp, and it may be one of the biggest battles that we have in training camp. Not only that, to Panther Pickerel's point, he definitely probably will be that swing tackle to take over Cam Irvin's position. If things get tight in the roster, we could actually see Cam Irvin get cut because we're not paying him enough money where it's going to hurt us that the dead cap's going to matter. They could let him go and just let Brady be the heir to that swing tackle position.
Man, you lay out a lot of good points, man. There's a lot of different ways that this can go. And I agree with you, man. Out of all the battles at training camp, that's the one that I'm looking at the most, man. That left, honestly, both of our guards, left guard and right guard. Where does Zavala fit in? Everybody says that Cade Mays is a name that people like a lot. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to keep our eyes on, man. Pickle, I'm going to let you make a real quick point, and then I wanted to move on. Do you have something you want to say?
Just real quick. In the next draft, we have a second pick, a third pick, a fourth pick, a fifth pick, a sixth pick, and a seventh pick.
Somehow.
A lot of people say we need a first-round pick. Could you get a first-round pick for Taylor Motor?
No.
Could you get a high second?
Probably.
I would
Maybe
say
for a desperate team.
I could see a high second low third.
I will say,
Yeah.
remember Scott was calling a bunch of teams for their backups, and they wouldn't even give up backups.
That's true.
Back like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yep. But hey, I mean, maybe Taylor Moton might have a market though. That is something to be something to be explored.
And if you look at the Bengals,
Cody.
also the Bengals don't want to
I got
cut.
you, Michael.
They've got 2 left tackles, and neither one of them wants to go play right.
Yeah. Let me go to Michael before we go on. Go ahead, Michael. Tell me what you think.
Oh no, I have to eat. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off, and then I'll be back on as soon as I'm done. Okay.
All right. Yeah. No problem, brother. All right. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
All right, man. Hey, real quick, man. When I tell you that the Friday free for all is for anyone and everyone, bro, I even mean Falcons fans, y'all. That's right. If we're gonna have a Falcons fan, I'd prefer him be happy, anywhere near as cool as my man Wolf. Hey, day one in the building. What's up, Wolf?
What's up, Cole? What's going on, fellas? How's everybody doing?
Man,
Good,
we
buddy.
having a
How are
good
you?
night. Hey, it's a Friday, man. We're just doing the free for all like we always do. Just
It's like 54 days away from your week 1 L. How do you feel?
Okay.
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 But hey, Wolf, let me tell you, man, you're right on time.
Yo, Wolf, I like that stove, by the way, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Sometimes you need a Puerto Rican in here with a little sazon and some flavor.
Listen, I don't discriminate on any of that.
It can turn around on you. See, I'm the only Falcon fan that got this custom made. If you see anybody else with a Puerto Rican flag on his Falcon hat, they is not official tissue. That's all I'm gonna
style. That's what it is.
I guarantee you, Cody has
The
it.
only thing I've got that's official on me is the Callaway.
What's going on, man?
But Wolf, look, you are just in time for a conversation that I wanted to have. And it's about the running back position. And you're just in time because if you look right now, the running back that is set to make the most amount of dollars next year, believe it or not, was the 8th overall pick in the draft, Bijan Robinson. And now there is a talk about there potentially being a running back strike because Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, they're trying to get more money, and the money is just not there to be had. People are saying that the position is being devalued.
Right.
Wolf, I'm going to start with you, man. What did you make about the devaluation of the running back position in the NFL? Is it fair, or is it just the market telling these running backs what they're actually worth to an offense?
So I think it goes a little deeper than that. And I think people not looking outside the box, right? So in every business, things change. Business changes. So does positions. So 10, 15 years ago, it was a running league. Then they said it was going to be a passing league, right? So now we're getting back to the running game. The problem is that a lot of teams stacked up a lot of running backs. So what happens is the days of Eddie George, Emmitt Smith, the days of those running backs, right? In that era, to grab the most money, they probably had the most value. Now, the quarterback, the pass rusher, the left guard, the corner, and probably the wide receiver has moved up in that chain of getting money, right? And a lot of people don't understand when you don't have a competitive advantage in business. When you don't have a competitive advantage in business, you gotta either conform with the business or you gotta get out of the business because the business also is gonna get aggressive. Now, you take Miles Sanders' contract, I think it's like $7.1 million, right? Miles Sanders' contract is $7.1 million. Well, guess what the Philadelphia general manager did? He got 5 running backs to equal the same amount of money that you guys are paying for one player in running backs.
Yeah.
He's got 5 running backs on. Hold on, because I think, you know what I'm saying, I think the president looking for me right now. Hold on. And I'm talking about Arthur Blank. I'm not talking about the president. I'm Arthur Blank. But
yeah, that's going to say that other president is still in bed. He goes to bed early.
I be telling Arthur Blank I can't go to the city. I be telling Arthur Blank I can't go to the city on Fridays. But what I'm saying is, so you're paying one player $7 million, and the Eagles have 5 running backs for that same amount of money.
Yeah.
Right. So it devalues the position, and people don't look at it to where it's like the NFL is also a business, right?
Yeah.
So if week 1, right, I know the gentleman I think that's sitting right next to Cody said, if Bryce gets hurt, well, nobody's gonna buy a ticket if it's Andy Dalton against Tyler Heineke. Who's gonna buy that ticket? Who's buying that ticket week 1? Nobody's going to buy that ticket, right? So it's a business at the end of the day, right? So the running back position has been devalued. The problem is that they're probably more valuable than what people think. But when you don't have a competitive advantage in business, you have to do something else. You have to do something else. So,
Can I piggyback off of Wolf real quick?
Yeah, and then I'm going to introduce someone.
Do your introductions, please.
All right, well, yeah, let me introduce my man Chuck into the discussion. Chuck, what's up, bro?
How's it going, man? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, man. Jump in on this convo. I'll go to Chuck and then I'll go back to you. What did you make of the devaluation of the running back position? Just to kind of let y'all know where I stand a little bit. I looked last year at Isaiah Pacheco, a 7th round pick, Damon Pierce out of Houston, a 3rd round pick, and they were balling out last year.
Can I add one to that?
Yeah.
Wolf, who was y'all's running back the last few years?
Oh, Tyler Algier.
No, the other guy.
Tyler Algier.
No, the other one.
Oh, Khalib Hunt.
No,
Cordell Patterson.
There you go. Receiver. They said, "Fuck it, we're going to put a receiver at running back."
Let me go to Chuck, and then I'll get everybody in
I don't
on
get
this.
it. What does that mean?
Chuck, did you?
That means they can just put somebody in there to do.
Hang on, I'll tell you.
All right, you guys are also missing the other factor too. The QB position has been not in this league with a QB. Even Jake Delhomme said himself, a QB like myself would not be able to win a Super Bowl. You're gonna have to have a top 10 quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
I ain't went yet. So go ahead.
It's gaining the value. You know what? I had a thinking of what it's going to be called. It should not be called running back no more. It has to be called dual back. Christian McCaffrey, Alex Kamara, or dual back. If you want to get paid, you got to have to catch the football too. You got to.
Yeah.
You're a running back.
That's why they're called halfbacks. A tradition years and years ago, a fullback did all the running, but then they decided that a halfback could catch better than a fullback, so they changed it to halfback, and that kind of led to that. But to trigger off that one, something though, you got to understand, if you're paying your quarterback right now, if you're paying your quarterback 35 to 40 million, you're paying your defensive end 30 million. You're paying our edge rusher 30 million. You got 2 edge rushers. You know, you're paying your wide receivers 20 to 30 million. Even your second or third string wide receivers are now getting 2nd to 30 million. Eventually, you're running out of money, and then you take a guy who lines up at halfback, and you're telling me that the quarterback can run, the tight ends will run, so you can line a receiver up and run. Then at the very same time, when you desperately need it, and you're getting a 7th round or a 6th round pick, can look as good running as your running back. In a financial business aspect, folks, take away the fanhood here. Why do you pay that guy that kind of money?
Austin Eckler went undrafted.
I mean, why would you pay that guy that kind of money? And to come draft day, and I remember this, folks. Tell me who did not say we don't need to draft a running back in the 1st round. We'll just get one in the late rounds. How many people say that every time it comes to draft?
Yeah.
Here's I
mean,
and look,
whether
Cody,
the
here's the
quarterback,
thing, right?
whether running
We don't
backs
gotta-
like
we
it
don't
or
gotta
not.
read-
But real quick though, if you look at, I went to overcap.com, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, and Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, and Aaron Jones right now make kind of the top of the money market, and it ain't much. Granted, I think Christian McCaffrey's a top guy and he makes $60 million a year. But at the same time, what does Christian do that the others don't do? You know,
but those other guys.
Hey, you're breaking up, Wolf. Start over.
I said those are the guys that messed up the contracts. It was McCaffrey and Zeke. They're the ones that went out to the front line and said, "Okay, we're gonna get paid," and they messed it up because it didn't work out for both of those guys. It didn't work.
Wolf, I was watching on 704, or I think it was 704, or maybe it was the Black Panther podcast or something. You were saying something about Kansas City that stuck out to me so hard, and I can't remember what you said, and it's bothering me.
How far is your team away from Kansas City?
Thank you.
How far is your team? Because here's the thing, right? Here's what no Atlanta Falcon fan will tell you. Here's what
what he's about to say stuck with me so fucking hard.
Okay? The Kansas City Chiefs, how far is your team from them? Because you're talking about a team who traded away one of the most valuable assets. Their rookies are getting better, right? So they don't got to pay their rookies for 4 or 5 years. Okay, you have to understand that GM,
I'm
that
putting my
coach, they don't
backpack
got
on, Wolf. I'm putting my backpack
back
on.
defense for another 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, how far
That's
is
what
your
I was
team
getting
from
at,
Kansas
Wolf,
City?
because I remember you saying that on that podcast, and it stuck with me so hard.
Yeah, because that's the truth. If you go ahead, Coach.
No, I was gonna say, to me that, like, why am I gonna spend $50 for a bag of Doritos when I can spend $1 and some change at the dollar store and get the same thing, right? Like,
exactly.
if you're gonna draft a running back, I mean, hey, we've done it. I know the Falcons did it this year. Like, no one is saying that running backs are not supremely talented. But the fact of the matter is, the position is dependent upon a good offensive line. And if you need proof of that, look no further than Le'Veon Bell. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers and was balling out. He had patience. He knew how to wait for those lanes to open up. Then he went to New York Jets.
Right.
They didn't have shit on the O-line. And then Le'Veon Bell, he's not even playing football no more. You can also look at
James Conner.
The problem is with running back positions is that, yes, running backs have had a historical, crucial opponent when it comes to successful offenses back in the day, right? That's how it was. Now it's a pass catching league. That's how it is. The problem is now there's a difference and there's key factors that come into that. Frequency of injuries, salary cap constraints. I would also probably even say running back by committee approach is another one.
Yeah.
The devaluation when it comes to drafts into the running back position. I just think that now that all of those come into a factor when it comes to the running back positions, and that's the reason why these guys aren't getting signed. Now, when it comes to Saquon Barkley, I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't tell me that the New York Giants make the playoffs last year without Saquon Barkley.
Hell no.
Hold on. I'll do you one better.
Nope.
You can't convince me paying Ryan Tannehill $120 million after Derrick Henry carried them to the AFC Championship, and then you wait to the very, very, very last day to sign him to give him $12 million a year. And they bitched at him and complained and barely gave him the contract, but handed Ryan Tannehill a bag.
Why do you think we went with Sanders over Foreman? And Foreman would have been cheaper.
I mean, maybe we plan on doing the running back by committee thing with Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders.
I think also with the way that this offense is going to be run, I think that, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong as well in this situation and tell me if y'all think that I'm wrong in this, but I think that they predict that Miles Sanders is going to produce like he did in his rookie year in the pass catching game.
Yeah.
Very much. I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
He's a way more lethal pass catcher.
Also,
I will say
that
it's all about the money.
Yeah.
All about the money.
I will say that Foreman had the
can't
dopest catch last year.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. On the New York Post right now, and I don't go there, but I just Googled a question because I've been driving all day, y'all, and I heard on NFL radio, on Sirius XM radio something, and I wanted to shout this out. This year, this past season, Saquon Barkley turned down a contract that would have made him the third highest paid running back at $13 million per year and $19 million guaranteed. He flat turned it down. Now that makes him the third highest paid. The only people getting paid more than him would be Christian McCaffrey and the same Alvin Kamara.
Oh, Alvin Kamara's getting paid more too.
So let's be really blunt. There's a point when you, as a professional athlete, need to have a little bit of balls, and you need to learn to tell your agent, and you need to understand your money. You need to understand. Don't always, just because your agent tells you you need to get more, don't mean he's true. You need to have an education yourself and understand your own contract. And if you don't understand, Google the bitch, stupid. Google it. It's not that hard to find over the cap. Go to his Twitter account. I'm sure there's a lot of people sending him information about that shit. Okay? Now, there's a point when these athletes have to understand they can't be the highest paid person in that position. No matter how much they want it, no matter how much they desire, you don't need to be that way. Trust me, as a 55-year-old, I want to have the best house in the world. I want to have gates at my house, and I want to sit on my porch and watch people do my yard work. But my wallet said, fool, you need to wake the hell up. So,
and
your wallet said a little more than that, Pickle.
Exactly, you're right. It's
Well,
called,
in this economy,
greed.
that's a different story, right?
But my I was also thinking about this too. Like now, wide receivers and tight ends, they just account for so much more of the offense. Like what Wolf was saying, right? Like imagine you're a running back. If you're getting like 5 to 6 yards per carry, that's a lot. Like that's really good for a running back. Whereas if you're a wide receiver and you're averaging only 5 to 6 yards per pass, like that's low. There are other offensive weapons that account for much more of the total offense now than there are running backs.
If you're a running back and you average 6 yards, you're probably the best running back in the league.
Yeah, you're probably you're balling out of control.
Yeah, but how long can you consistently do that? Because if you're an NFL team, you have to say, I'm going to give this running back a 6-year, 4-year, 5-year contract at that kind of money with escalators of going up, and then after a couple of years, you're banged up, you're beat down, and you don't get that. But hey, folks, the Carolina Panthers are still playing Christian McCaffrey. Remember that. We are still paying that man.
But Pickle, you have to understand when you're drafting a running back in the first round, you're not worried about that guy for 5 years. Bijan Robinson is not opening. Okay, hold on. Bijan Robinson is not opening his mouth for 5 years, right? Let's say he flattens out in 5 years. Okay, you go grab a new one. If Bryce hits, listen, I'm the only Falcon fan that's saying I hope Bryce hits. Because when Bryce goes back to the table, the money's gonna be so ridiculous, he might take 40% of your cap. He's gonna take 40% of your cap.
Yeah, I understand it. That's why I said.
Okay. Did you again? I hope you go to Lamar Jackson's contract, Pickle. Hold on. I hope you go to Lamar Jackson's contract because that guy's next 2 years is $52 million. Joe Burrow is about to go to the table. Justin Herbert is about to go to the table.
Right.
Trevor Lawrence is about to go to the table. And if those boys push about $55 million a year, when Bryce gets to the table, it's going to take 40% of your cap. Again, I ask you the question: how far are you from the Kansas City Chiefs? Because that's the team.
That's the reason why, and that's the reason why the Bills didn't sign DeAndre Hopkins because they couldn't afford him.
Right.
Because they didn't have the cap space. Because when they extended Josh Allen, they couldn't afford him.
At the same
that's
time,
the same reason why Kansas City, when it came to DeAndre Hopkins, they couldn't afford him.
But at the same time, like, how do the Saints get away with all this shit?
Because the Saints
because in the NFL you can secretly in the NFL you can mess with the cap a little bit in some way. Sean Payton did it multiple times.
Right. You basically imagine that you decided to quit work, right? You had a couple credit cards, and you just paid your bill with the credit cards. That credit card got maxed out. Go put you another for a credit card. As long as you're making that minimum monthly payment, Discover is going to keep increasing your credit balance. They don't really care how much you're in debt. Now, you're just average Joe, a guy who's worth what these NFL players are worth, of these teams are worth. That's what they're just doing. They keep pushing it back. Eventually, the piper's got to be paid. And that's why. That's another reason why. Sean Payton got to a point when,
as a guy that went to school as a financial
advisor,
graduated. You know, you can't just do the minimum payments. You have to do the statement balance.
How long will it take for them to pay it off? Could they do it all in 1 year?
You better hope, like to what my man was saying, the financial situation, you better make sure that your GM understands accounting 1 and accounting 2.
Correct.
You better make sure he understands accounting 1 and 2, and that's the basics of how to run a business. Rice goes to the table, he's going to want about $55 million.
Well, we got the third zone, and we can do it.
Loud and listen to these guys.
What's up? What's up? Go ahead. My bad, Cody.
Yeah, no, I was about to introduce you, man.
Sorry about that, dude.
No, you're good. I was about to introduce you. Let me introduce my man, Al, the sailor, to the stream. Al, what's up, bro?
Oh, not much, Cody. What's good, bro? How you doing today?
Chilling, man. Hey, what did you make of these running backs being pissed off that nobody will pay them?
Yeah, it's kind of messed up, bro. I mean, it really is messed up. It's like, I don't know. It's like they use them, they abuse them, and I mean they are really the engine to the most teams for real.
Yeah. Hey, but,
that's what they sign up for, though, man.
But that's what they sign up for, though. Yeah, but that's what they sign up for, though. Honestly, yeah. But
look,
you're right.
I want to put forth my solution to all the running backs out there, and you know what it is. You know how you get paid more. Don't play running back no more. If you're in middle school and if you're in high school and you decide, they're not paying running backs the money that I'm looking to make, I'm not even gonna play the position no more.
That's why. If you got the natural talent, go ahead. All right, go ahead, Lane. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that if the NFL, if they're not paying the running back position enough, the only way that's going to happen is if there is scarcity at that position because not enough players are coming out to play running back. In my mind, that's the only thing.
The only way that happens is unless you run a same style of offense like Kansas City does.
Well, but again, they had a 7th round pick last year. And he was their best
you have to run the same style of offense that Kansas City does, unless and not play and then play running back. You would literally have to run the same style of offense.
I mean, look at
in most teams.
I
That's why
still
I
think
brought
there
up the.
very much is high value though in terms of a good running back and a great run game, because when it comes to beating like these guys, we saw with Josh Allen and all these other teams. What do they keep trying to do? They try and get in shootouts with the Chiefs, and it doesn't work. You know how you really beat them? You run the ball and play defense,
Yep.
and you keep them off the field. And I feel like a team has yet to properly do that against them.
The
And the
Bills,
closest we saw at one point was that Titans team.
Well,
the Bills,
Wentz did do a
the
good
Bills,
job in
the
that
Bills.
Super Bowl.
Is this Anthony or the other Zanny twin? But the Bills, they need a running back so bad. That's what they're trying to find right now, bro.
Well, they can't
Al,
afford.
watch
That's the
your
reason
damn
why they
mouth
haven't signed. That's the reason why they
before you
haven't
fall
signed
off
Dalvin
that
Cook.
boat.
That's the reason why they didn't sign Dalvin Cook, because they can't afford him.
Hey, all right, so I want I want to say this, and then I want to ask CK his opinion.
Yeah.
When it comes to the running back, like no one is doubting the physical ability that it takes to play the position. Saquon is incredibly talented. So is Josh Jacobs. So is Palmer. I mean, the running back for
Pollard.
Yeah, Pollard. Yeah. I mean, they're all incredibly talented. But at the end of the day, if you're able to find much cheaper alternatives, and the running back position is more injury prone, like they said, the lifespan of a real good running back probably around 3 years old, or about around 3 years, 4, something like that. It's just like every single unit of measurement when it comes to measuring value is working against the running back position, in my opinion. Let me get my man CK in on this. Go ahead, CK.
The way that I would equate this is, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. Number one, it's fine that they don't get paid. Like, if they don't get paid, they don't get paid.
Right.
You're only worth what people are willing to pay you for what you're worth, right? And that's the thing. That's the reality. It's the way I look at it is, if I'm trying to fill my house with a bunch of artwork, I can go to the artist who wants me to pay a tremendous amount of money, or I can go to somebody else who can do basically the same job and then not pay him as much to do the exact same thing. Obviously it's hard to reproduce what Saquon Barkley does or Josh Jacobs does, but I mean, it's not as hard as it is to, replace what a wide receiver one does, what a QB one does, what an offensive tackle does. Like, I hate to say it, but you as a running back, it's extremely tough on your body. It's extremely, there's still, you have to be very talented, but in the majority of your success is at the hands of other people, like, that are around you. Your quarterback, your quarterback calling out coverages, right? Your offensive line picking up the blocks that they're supposed to pick up. Your wide receivers blocking downfield. Your tight ends doing the blocks they're supposed to make, right? You got to be talented, but your job is so heavily predicated on what other people are doing. It's hard to be able to say your value is just that more. Like, it's no surprise when a running back does really well in a year. His first thing is, I got to reward my offensive line, right? It's just the reality of it.
And CK, on top of that, bro, it's like so we seeing. I mean, but the game is changing also. It's not like in 1990, whatever, when Emmitt Smith can hold out and the team can suck, the Cowboys can suck, and then he comes back and they win a championship. It's not the same game no more. You know what I'm saying?
Your job is so heavily predicated on what other people are doing.
Bro, hold up.
Here's something.
Yeah, we're getting some major feedback.
I think, I mean, just to say this, the running back position has just declined in the NFL. I mean, the value has. I mean, teams prioritize their offensive tackles, they prioritize their quarterbacks or defensive players, when it comes to anything in the NFL now. I think, like I said, when it comes to the running backs, like I said before, and I'll say it again, like there's key factors that go into that, and it goes into the fact of the frequency of injuries, the salary cap constraints. It's different things. It's running back by committee approach. It's the devaluation in the draft. It has to do with age and decline. There is natures of that position that just that's
It's
why
just,
the value
it's just the beast. It's just the beast of the position. Or I don't think that's the right term for it, but it's just the situation right now. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is right now. That's what you're saying, bro. Right?
Correct.
But hey Cody, you ever seen Beverly Hills Cop, the first one?
No.
No,
Cody, you're
nobody,
muted.
I was muted. My fault. Yeah, I've seen it, but it's been a minute, bro. I ain't gonna front.
Okay. There's always a GM. There's always a GM and a coach in the NFL that's gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe when it comes to a running back. Somebody's always gonna overpay these guys. So somebody's always gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Don't get it twisted that they're not gonna get paid. Somebody's gonna pay Austin Eckler. Somebody's gonna pay Saquon Barkley. Somebody's gonna pay these guys. It's just that right now it's not gonna happen. But somebody's gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. It
I agree with
they
you,
got
Wolf.
different priorities. They got to pay a shitty quarterback first off.
I agree with you, Wolf, but I also where I disagree is I don't think they're going to pay that and the cost of trying to get them off of that franchise because basically they're going to have to trade for these guys. Yeah. Right. I don't think that they're
CK. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish because I got something for you.
Yeah, I'll just simply put it out there like this. I mean, if they were a free agent right now, there might be a different story. But I mean, even with some of the free agents, they haven't really gotten. I mean, like Miles Sanders. I mean, he wasn't a bad. Like he's not. I wouldn't put him in the top 5 of running backs in the league. But I mean, he sure as hell didn't. Wasn't like a bottom tier running back to where he wasn't warranting a really good contract. If you wanted to look at it from that perspective.
Cody has Dalvin Cook on yet or no?
Average quarterback. Who do you think is an average quarterback in the NFL?
No. Okay.
An average quarterback.
Who do you think is an average quarterback in the NFL?
Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones.
Derek Carr, 1,000%.
He's the definition of an average quarterback.
Somebody said.
All right, one at a time, guys.
Okay, so CK, watch this, right? So I live in New York, right? They just paid Daniel Jones about, I don't know, $38 million, right? So last year he threw only 15 touchdowns. Okay. So my standard for me would be, okay, that's the average quarterback, right? 15 touchdowns. You're telling me that's about worth $38 million. The problem with Saquon was, well, wait a minute. He's good when I'm in the game. If you look at Daniel Jones' stats without Saquon, they're very, very low, right? So there's some value there, right? So there's some value at that position. Now, Austin Eckler has a new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, and he looked at the playbook and probably said, well, wait a minute. Where the hell am I at? Because Kellen Moore likes to throw the ball down the field. So, again, his position might be devalued. It's a different situation. Because Justin Herbert,
I think, but I mean, if y'all think I'm wrong, but I just think it just comes down to that these NFL teams prioritize different positions. They prioritize the quarterback, like I said. They prioritize the offensive line. They prioritize the defensive line, the defense, whatever the case may be. I just think that they prioritize those positions with the value of those guys more than they do the running back, and I think that's just what it comes down to. At the end of the day.
It's also the large availability. I mean, let's be honest. If
right, the best ability is availability. The best.
I don't even think he's meaning that.
If you could go get a rookie running back that plays in the 7th round and say, "Here's a ball, go," as he's going to. That's what
Deontay Foreman was a top 10 in stats last year at the last half of the season. I mean, I wouldn't put him in that same category of quality of running back as Saquon. But
I think last year for us that we had to have that running game because we had nothing else.
Right, but we had it with people who were nobodies. Right? We got rid of Christian McCaffrey, and our running game got better. Like that's just. I mean, that's when you have that happen.
Our offensive line also got better.
That's an argument you can have too. I mean, I'm fully agreeing with you on that front. But even with Christian McCaffrey, with him being injured for the majority of the time, I mean, I think you have to take into consideration that when you have the production with an offensive line that's good, that was better with Christian McCaffrey with a bad offensive line, how valuable can a running back be?
Can I say something?
I think it's also because the reason why we didn't re-sign Deontay Foreman was because that's the reason why they decided to extend Bozeman.
I'm gonna go to you, Al.
Can I? All right. No. Finish. Go ahead and finish, bro.
No, he did. Let me go Al, and then I'm gonna go White Chocolate. Go ahead, Al.
And I was over here in Carolina hanging out with my cousins and whatever. And then they're talking about, and this news came out. Oh, Saquon Barkley, the best. And here comes Christian McCaffrey. Oh, the best. One of the, whatever he said. But, bro, this is because of you, bro, because you got paid. And then you didn't play for 2 seasons. That's why this man is not getting paid right now. I was so mad, bro. I'm listening to this. That's right? You guys kind of understand what I'm saying, coming from, or no?
You're saying that the reason why that they're holding out is because
no, he's not holding out, bro. He's not getting paid because they paid CMC all this money, and then CMC got hurt for 2 years.
CMC got paid that contract, and that's why they're saying, okay, well, we deserve the same amount that he got paid.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay,
I'm saying that CMC is talking about it's a highway robbery that Saquon's not getting paid. He's one of their top 10 overall players in the league. He definitely is. I mean, I'm not necessarily top 10, but he's somewhere in the top 100. But they paid CMC, and then CMC ain't show for 2 years, bro. This is why we're not paying running backs right now. Because why would you drop all this money on these people?
I think for the Giants, though, like I said before, they don't make the playoffs without Saquon. So we can all agree to that.
But I'm not saying that, bro. You're not understanding what I'm talking about. You're not understanding what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about CMC putting his 2 cents in when CMC is the main reason that they're not going to pay this guy because he got paid and he didn't show up for the work. Okay. He didn't show up for work, basically, is what I'm saying, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Basically, he's saying that CMC got paid, and then he ended up getting hurt the next 2 years, and it set that precedence of there's no point in paying these dudes top dollar when it's such a rough, demanding position.
He's the most recent
on their body.
That's been going on with Todd Gurley.
Yeah,
that was Todd Gurley, David Johnson.
No. It wasn't Todd Gurley. It was CMC, bro. How much money they paid CMC, bro?
Well, Al, it was all of them. Al, it's
they paid Zeke 90.
It's more than
Zeke,
one example.
2 years before.
Zeke has been the most durable in Derrick Henry. Like the people that we're talking about now are the ones that actually get hurt more often. Like Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley. I mean, you're talking about people who like tear ACLs. I mean, this is, if we want to talk about Todd Gurley, I mean, these guys are like, you're talking about these quick guys who are going to catch the ball out of the backfield. I mean, if they're the ones that are getting hurt more often than the power backs like Derrick Henry and Zeke, then I mean, I understand why they're not valuing that guy as much as maybe even a Derrick Henry.
Well, it also I did so I've been doing the Madden ratings on my channel and stuff like that. So I just don't understand why Madden is hopping all over like Joe Mixon's dick. And he is a fucking scrub compared to everybody else on that like top 10 / top 20 list. Like, I don't understand that. That's the thing. Like, I don't understand why Madden thinks that Mixon is even number 11 on that list. So, like, if you go look at the 11 through 20 list, he's number 11, and then you have like other guys down below, and I'm just like, this makes no sense whatsoever.
Also, like a
whole lot of people better than
Chad Johnson's still a Mixon fan.
Also,
Mixon.
You look at
that's what I think.
Deebo Samuel. He refused to start doing the running back plays.
Yeah.
And then you look at like I brought
Cordell Patterson's also saying he doesn't want to do it either.
And I brought him up too because he was like a low end receiver, and the Falcons just made him a star. We're trying to do it with Chenault.
If Cordell Patterson's refuses to do the running back moves, he might
I
as
don't know
well
what
hang
he.
it up.
Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, hold on.
That's the only reason why he's still in the league.
Didn't Patterson get a contract extension last year, though?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, he signed for another year, so I don't know what they saying. He signed for another year, so
I thought it was a
I don't know.
3-year deal.
I don't know where that's coming from.
If all the
he's out for
starting
another
running backs in the league decided that they're not going to play for a few weeks to make a statement, do you really think the NFL is going to pause football for it?
No, they didn't do it with the band, the walkout or whatever.
No, they didn't. They're just going to say, okay, whatever, put your boat. All of you are going to get fined for not showing up,
Cody,
and the backups will play.
Yeah.
Cody, you know who you need to send an email to and blame all this on?
Who?
You need to blame two people. You need to blame Bill Belichick and you need to blame Andy Reid because they never pay running backs.
Yep.
Never.
Yeah.
Right. And guess what?
But are those not? Yeah.
But yeah. So look,
but how many Super Bowls have them two won?
Hey,
I think you really need to blame Tom Brady for always winning those Super Bowls, though.
Let's add Mike Tomlin to that list.
Look better.
Hey, let's add us to this list because we're always
Let's go.
running
CK,
back.
you're right. Mike Tomlin, add Mike Tomlin to that list as well. Add Mike Tomlin to that list. That's who you need. Cody, you need to have a campaign and start sending emails to the Patriots office, the Kansas City office, and the Pittsburgh office. Okay.
How many?
Wait a minute.
How many divisions did we win? My bad, Pickle. How many divisions did we win after we signed? Thunder and Lightning to a deal. We overpaid Williams.
We didn't win till Cam.
I don't. Let's be honest with you, Al. Those you're talking about, D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart. They were good. They were good when they were younger, but let's be honest, they were more hyped up than they were talented.
And we signed them like super late, bro.
Yeah, well, that's because Marty Hurney was an idiot. That's because our GM was an idiot. I mean, it's just. I mean, if you are average at your job and your boss walks up and wants to give you top dog money, you gonna say no?
Fuck no.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you don't think they're gonna turn it down? Jake Delhomme was one of the worst. I love Jake Delhomme, but year he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league, and the only way they won and made it to the playoffs was because Jonathan Stewart, D'Angelo Williams, and they had this guy named Steve Smith who caught anything. Now, at the end of that year, they were in cap hell, and the owner, Jerry Richardson, was in the middle of heart surgery. But his son called Jake Delhomme's agent and offered this massive extension to save money. Now, Jake being Jake, he like, are y'all sure? All right, your money. And he signed the contract. Right? He knew when he signed it was a bad deal. It was everybody. It was a no-brainer. It was a bad deal. But hey, it ain't his money they're throwing around. He's just going to open his pockets up and take it.
What year was that pick with the year he thought a pick in Arizona? What year was that? Was that the year he thought a pick in Arizona? Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I was at that game.
Honestly.
That was my first Panther game.
Honestly,
let me bring back my man. Let me bring back my man Twan Don. Twan, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
All right, man.
Me and Twan already had this debate.
We already had this argument, man.
Yeah, we already thought about this on Black Cat.
I played running back in high school, and it's one of my favorite positions in football. Y'all are fucking bugging. The NFL is asking running backs to do more and more every year, but they want to pay these guys pennies.
They want to pay them less.
Running backs got to run the ball, they got to catch the ball now, and they got to block. I told Cody, the owners have devalued the running back. And the thing is, if you play a specialty position, you better watch your back. Because if they do the running backs like that, the owners save money, and then they'll start paying wide receivers less.
It's also the market value.
You got to get on point. Look, man, running backs are asked to do too much to pay them so little.
Yeah, but they're replaceable.
Listen,
The tight ends are paid nearly as much as the running. At one point, Twan, now you know you as well as I do, there was a big conflict because tight ends were screaming should be paid like wide receivers. And
Some of them should have. Some of them
they're
should
still
have.
not. They're still not being paid like wide receivers.
When you section a dude off by his position, then the owners get to say, "I'm only going to pay you this because you play his position." Do you guys realize? How many of you guys know this? That kickers get paid more than running backs.
That's not true.
That's not.
That is a fake. Hold on. No.
Sounds like some bullshit, but go ahead.
Come on. Oh,
the
brother.
average kicker gets paid $2 million.
Hold on, Twan. No. Hey, listen, I'm a number. Hang in there with me. I am a numbers guy, and that is an absolute horrendous stat. How many kickers are there in the entire NFL? Most teams only have one kicker, and he is their starter, and that's 32 kickers. How many teams carry running backs on their rosters that are at least 4 deep in running backs? You're not going to pay them starting money from that 3rd, 4th, and 5th string running back, right? So that is a horrendous stat because you're including every kicker that's just basically making a starter using that average and then taking about 120 running backs and then marking that average up. That's a horrendous stat, and it's one that's unbelievably just misleading. Not directing. It's misleading, horrendously misleading.
Right.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Hold on. Time out. Let me let Michael go. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so I got 2 things to say right now. Okay, so first of all, Twan, I'm in the same situation as you because my brother, Larry Scott Jr., played running back in high school. Okay, everyone liked him, but like he was almost like an injury-prone type back. But my dad tried to teach him how to, stay healthy and all that, and he just couldn't stay on the field. And now my second point is this: if we're overpaying these players, then be honest with yourselves. Like, because honestly, I see that if we're paying players that are wanting to get paid more, it'd be a risk and a reward. Okay, the reward is them getting paid. They get paid more, but in reality, if they get paid more, they're going to end up injured. That's how my dad taught me. If you pay someone too much money, they're more likely going to get injured in the NFL. That's how he
happened to Christian McCaffrey.
If you really wanted to fix this whole situation.
Hey, CK, I challenge you to look that up, CK. I challenge you to look up what I said.
No. I know what stat you're talking about. I know what that stat is. That stat is a misleading stat. What is a more accurate representation of what you're trying to state is say running back 1 average in the entire NFL versus kicker 1 average in the entire NFL, and tell me that number is anywhere close to being like the kickers are getting paid more than what a running back is.
Hey, let me go to JJ. JJ has been trying to get a word in. Go ahead, JJ.
H1. So I think this is a comparable example. Let's say you're gonna buy a phone strictly for your job, strictly for coworkers, all that shit. Are you gonna buy a $1,000 iPhone, or are you just gonna buy like a $200 Android? When you're just doing the same shit with them, it's just to text your coworkers for your business, and that's really it.
All right.
Just to sell.
They're not doing the same shit. If you go out and get a cheap running back, you're asking for turnovers. You're asking for turnovers.
Well, I mean, I get what he's saying, but I don't understand how you can compare a kicker to a running back and doing the same job. They ain't doing the damn same job.
I didn't say
exactly.
No, I'm talking
They're
about
not doing the same
paying
job.
a running back versus
your comparison right there makes no sense. Sorry. I mean,
these damn owners are getting paid too much fucking money off these deals to not pay these running backs, bro.
Why would you pay a running back a big deal when you can draft a rookie running back?
Because he has to run, catch, and block.
And Bijan will do the same thing, bro.
So why are they picking Bijan? Why are they still picking running backs in the first round then?
You don't.
Jahmyr Gibbs can do that too.
Why
are you
are they still picking running
Because you
backs
have them on a 5-year deal.
Let's talk about this.
One at a time. One at a time.
I
How
just
often
think
do
at the
running
end of
backs
the
get
day-
first round?
I just think at the end of the day, teams just evaluate players and they evaluate the positions that they need and want, and it comes down to that they evaluate and they go after quarterbacks and they go after offensive linemen and they go after defense, and that at the end of the day, that's it. I mean, that's as simple as that.
Hey,
Wait, hold on. Time out. Wolf very politely had his hand up. Let me go to Wolf. Go ahead, Wolf.
I feel like I'm in school right now, but what I want to say is I agree with both points. I agree with CK when earlier he said that he'd rather pay an offensive lineman because they get hit every play, or a defensive lineman that gets hit every play. I'd rather invest my money there. But I understand Twan when he says, okay, there's a big drop off from a running back 1 to maybe a 2. I get that. The problem is that the running back position, a 7th round pick from Rutgers, just won the Super Bowl. A 7th round pick just won the Super Bowl. And Twan, I'm gonna tell you something.
He just happened to be on that team.
Wait a minute.
That's true.
A first round 8th pick, Jordan Davis, who also played in the Super Bowl, had no stats. Okay, he was picked in the first round, and a 7th round guy ran through Cincinnati, ran through Jacksonville, and ran through the Philadelphia Eagles like there was no tomorrow. So that's the problem, is that these running backs from the 5th round, 6th round, Tyler Algier had 1,000 yards rushing out of nowhere. These guys are proving it. A kicker, brother, a kicker, man, if you a good soccer player, you could be a kicker.
Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, everything you saying is facts, but who brought it up earlier? What those guys that run that many yards, right? What does their offensive line look like? We got to put it in the context. What does that offensive line look like?
But
Wait, let me say this. Wait, hold on. Wait, time out. Let me say this.
That's why running backs are less valuable.
Twan, you are making the point for us. You're right. Isaiah Pacheco did not win the Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs. But the fact that he was on a loaded football team with a good offensive line means that you didn't need a Saquon.
Cody.
You didn't need a Derrick Henry.
I got
a Josh Jacobs.
I gotta push back on Cody right there because Pacheco, you could see Pacheco.
One at a time. Go ahead, Al.
Twan, you could see Pacheco. You could see the talent, bro. Pacheco, he's a legit talent, bro. You can see that, bro. You can see he's legit talent. I don't know.
So why wasn't he drafted earlier?
Because they just missed it. I mean, it happens all the time, man.
That's because he's a running back.
He's barely used in the receiving game.
Pickle is right. He wasn't valued.
He's a running back, and they didn't look that close at him.
Right.
They never do.
Well, at the same time, there you go. Yeah, he wasn't valued. He wasn't valued as what he should be, bro. But he's legit talent, bro.
Isaiah Pacheco's come and go.
Hey,
But at the same time,
tell him, hey, Wolf,
PK, you
if you don't play running backs, that's flag football.
Neither was Tom Brady. I'm just saying.
Hey, Wolf, that's flag football.
Yeah, but it's a different position, though, man.
I'm just gonna say though. I'm gonna say this. Kansas City has Patrick Mahomes.
CK, you're a numbers
and the
guy. You
Giants
said right.
have Daniel Jones.
You're a numbers guy. You said right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, watch this, CK. You're gonna like this number, right? Jared McKinnon had 9 touchdowns. He had 2 more than Tyreek Hill. Jared McKinnon.
Boom.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Jared
Okay, I mean, he plays on the Chiefs. What are you talking about, bro?
Justin Tucker.
Hold up, Pickle. Jared McKinnon.
What are you talking about, dog? I mean, he plays on the Chiefs. He plays on the.
How many games did Tyreek Hill's starting quarterback miss because of a concussion last year?
I know.
Boom.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta go into
Jared
semantics.
McKinnon wasn't even playing the whole season though, and he wasn't the full-time starter either, and he still put up valuable production.
Yo, one team has Patrick Mahomes, the other one has.
That's the point. You don't invest in a running back. You invest in a
They're
great
not getting
quarterback.
Patrick Mahomes in New York, dude. You're keeping with Daniel
Fuck you
Jones.
mean you
And
don't
the year
invest in a
before,
running back?
Tom
What
Brady.
do you
And the
mean?
year before, it was just another meaningless,
You're
underpaid
going to have
running
Daniel
back who
Jones
was
for the
still
next
able
4
to fill
years.
his
Do y'all
role.
seriously think you can win without a running back? Are y'all
Nobody
serious?
ever said that, Twan.
Nobody said that, Twan.
You
Ever
can win
said
with the
Nobody said that,
cheap
Twan.
one, is what we're
Nobody
saying.
ever said that, Twan.
Okay.
Just saying, all we're saying, and
No,
that
no, no. But
Pickle.
see, the thing
No,
is, you
wait, let me
guys have
finish,
bought.
man. All
You
I'm
guys have
saying,
bought that narrative that the
no,
running back
it's
is
not.
no longer valuable. You bought it.
Listen, it's not us. The market dictates
but you
whether or
pushing the
not they
shit.
are valuable or not.
All right,
There is no reason.
What?
Let me say my final shit.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
There is no reason for an NFL team to pay a running back north of $15 million when you can find a perfectly serviceable running back in the 7th round for around $1 million.
Cody, because you said
and
so?
you do the same damn thing.
Because you said
No, because it happened
No,
last
the
year.
NFL said so, Twan. The NFL said so. GMs, multiple GMs said that.
Hold on, Twan. Hold on,
Y'all are
Pickle.
buying into that narrative.
Hold on. How much of a decline is Brees Hall compared to
mute all,
Saquon? How much is the
Hey,
decline?
send the best running back to my team. Y'all can take
Hey,
other
Twan.
shit.
How much of a decline is
I'm gonna let you
Brees
go.
Hall from Saquon? It's not that big. But
Saquon
Brees
is
Hall was a
injury
second
prone,
round
bro.
pick and is an amazing
A
player.
lot of running backs are.
And he'll be way cheaper than whatever
They play
contract
Wait, hold
Saquon's
on,
gonna get.
Everybody is an injury away.
Let me let Pickle get in. Pickle been trying again. Go ahead, Pick.
Now, first and foremost, let's get this over. The few years ago, the NFL went into negotiations with representatives voted by the players in the Players Association. Each team had a representative. Those representatives all voted and agreed to the current Players Association mandate, which says that they can't negotiate these salaries until 2030. Now, the players agreed to this, not the NFL. The players agreed to this.
They got
all right. Now, number two. Let's talk. You said about kickers. Justin Tucker is one kicker on the Ravens. He's a top highest, but per average, he's the highest paid is $6,000 a year.
6,000.
Now,
$6 million.
well, okay, 6 million rather. It's my fault. But the Ravens
really
also have 6 running backs. And the first 2 running backs, Gus Edwards and
Dobbins. Yeah, Dobbins.
Yeah, I know that. Shut up.
You know they ain't running 6.
Both make more together, make more than just the kicker does. That's just they do. You look it up on the depth chart, boy.
No, bro, they not gonna keep them all.
Well, all right then, but they ain't the kicker, are they?
Can I end this argument real quick?
I thought I already ended when I said
If you
that
could,
the team
yeah.
must prioritize other positions.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
y'all
let's just simplify this. The top 10 teams in the past decade. Tell me how many of them paid premium numbers for their running back and actually made a successful Super Bowl run. There's only one that I can think of.
Seattle, I think.
Seattle with Marshawn Lynch.
Bro, I'm not.
And that was before he got paid.
I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna be a fan
They didn't
and get out here and try to control control the players' pockets by telling y'all how valuable he is to a team. I'm not gonna do that.
I will say, how long is Daniel Jones locked up for?
Bro, he just got re-signed. He just got re-signed.
Daniel Jones ain't shit without Saquon.
No. Daniel, the contract. Y'all need to slow down a little bit. The contracts are all bullshit. All the NFL contracts
I'm just talking about years.
Are not based on years. That in itself doesn't matter because
It ain't bullshit for the owners.
Yeah. Well,
Well, let's
the
just say this. In
players
3 years,
association agreed to it. If the players association don't like it,
All right,
the players don't. Guess what? Let me ask you something, dude. How many of these current players are going to be active and playing in 7 years?
Can I ask you a question, Pickle? Is this Gettleman still over there making these stupid ass decisions?
No.
Because why would you sign Daniel Jones and you know he's trash? He's trash, bro. Watch how many games they lose when fucking Daniel Jones sits. Watch how many games they lose when fucking Saquon sits out or whatever.
Here's the catch, folks. Daniel Jones signed a 4-year deal. Okay, after 2 years, the Giants can save $10 million by telling him to take a walk.
So they signed him just to save $10 million in 2 years. The fuck? What kind of sense does that make?
Hey, Wolf. Let me ask you this, Wolf.
Wait, stop. Everybody time out.
Damn, Cody, you always cut my ass off when I get ready to get started.
I'm trying to cut off everybody and get a word in edgewise. I got 9 people in here, bro. Nah, look.
You always fucking twat.
Everybody gets mad when I interrupt anybody, so whatever. Everybody gonna have to get the fuck over it.
Get your ass on the football field, JJ,
I'm running the show over here.
I played safety in high school, man. I know what it's about on the field.
I did tell me how valuable the running back is.
Bro,
I know they're talented. I know they're valuable, and I know they should get paid. I'm just saying
I'm about to say
they are replaceable.
No. Look, all right, this is what I'm trying to say right now.
Cody can't control shit.
I don't think that any of us in here are debating that these running backs aren't exceptionally talented. They are.
You're right.
They are. But the fact of the matter is,
why are we trying to count their pockets?
No, Twan. You're talking about something. You're trying to take an ethical standpoint on this. I'm talking about the market value. Yeah, you are. You're saying that it's unfair.
You're right.
Hey, but life is unfair, bro.
Okay.
Life is unfair.
Hey, Cody, I'll tell you this, Cody.
A bunch of owners
invite Miles Sanders on the show and tell him how invaluable his position is.
I think the biggest.
It doesn't matter what you think, Twan.
Let me back up Twan real quick.
Everybody, hold on, man. Let me just say this shit, bro. If you're, dude, it doesn't matter what any of these running backs thinks. If there is not an NFL team that is even willing to renegotiate them out of a franchise tag, that tells you that they do not value them long term. You might say that's unfair all you want. That's the nature of the deal, man. Pickle
said the players voted on that, but they were given options that they had to take. They're not going to win everything that they want. They were given options. Shit, so they chose the running backs for this not to be their year. But look, running backs are gonna fucking strike, bro.
If they don't like it, why did they sign the damn
put a back up in there and let them keep fumbling the fucking ball.
If they don't like it,
and
why did they
just as successful, Twan? There are going to be people.
Other sports leagues.
Why you are a backup.
Twan, but all right, but guess what? Then they're going to cross the picket line, and they will be just as successful as all those other running backs that are striking.
I'm not.
Hold on, look, my man Clay.
What happens to the Giants without Saquon?
Look, that's a whole other discussion.
Who was Tennessee without their running back?
Let me go to my man Clay. Clay, jump in there, bro.
Nothing.
Clay, are you there? Pantherology.
I'm just waiting.
No, it's your turn, bro. Go ahead.
I think that also another problem or another approach that the reason why the NFL teams are going at this is what I also said was the running back by committee approach is because they take that strategy to aim and spread out the workload of multiple running backs so that they reduce the risk of injury so they can increase the versatility of their offensive plays. That's also another reason.
I'm just saying, if y'all do this to the running backs, it's not going to end at the running back position. It's not.
They started with the fullbacks, so I mean.
They started with the fullbacks.
They play different positions.
They called them halfbacks.
It doesn't matter. Wide receivers are going to get more yards in an offense.
I think I think the two biggest deals is the fact of the running back committee approach, and I think it's also the fact of the matter that teams value other positions. And that's it. And I think that's it at the end of the day. I mean, there's no other reasons. I mean, there's really not.
And that's the bottom line, bro. And that's the bottom line. They just value different positions more right now. This is the time. I mean, it might come back around in another couple of years. You know, the running game might come back, bro. You know how this shit, football. I mean, everything in life is it reciprocates or recycles or whatever you call that shit.
cycles.
Hold on. I do want to touch up on this real quick. Running backs do bring a lot of value, though, in terms of success. The 49ers, when Jimmy Garoppolo goes down, I don't think they do nearly as well if they don't have the check down merchant Christian McCaffrey right there. You know, he is a huge impact to their offense.
Mitchell's a good running back behind him.
He was a huge impact though for Brock Purdy being able to be capable to run the offense. Anytime someone wasn't there, he got McCaffrey, and he's getting paid up there. If they hold on.
Let me push back after you're done.
Let JJ
shows that a highly paid running back. It shows that a highly paid running back that does bring that kind of talent and value to a team can still help you like lead to success. Like would any of us be surprised if the 49ers won the Super Bowl this year? Not really, because they're that capable of a team. Like
when you have a top 5
they have a highly paid running back.
But JJ, can I talk now? But JJ, you're a young dude, bro. You're a young dude, bro. But you don't know, like the Denver Broncos, every single year they used to recycle running back. Every single year, a new 1,000-yard running back. Clayton Portis, Mike Anderson, dude, the other guy, I don't even know, Gary. His name was like Gary or something. Come on, man. But this is just an offense that they run. So they don't need a running back. They don't need no high-paying running back, bro.
Al. Let's be fair though. The Broncos also had some good offensive lines.
That's a good point too, Al.
And they don't have that anymore.
But here's what I want to say, and this is to Juan's point, right?
We're not talking about the Broncos. We're talking about the 49ers now, bro. What are you talking about, Pickle? I'm just talking about the mind frame of the quarterback, of the coach. Yeah, I did say the Broncos, but I'm talking about Mike. I'm talking about Shanahan. I'm talking about Shanahan's scheme.
All right,
I'm talking about Shanahan's scheme.
Hang in there with me.
Let CK go.
Hang in there with me. And to Juan's point, right? You know, these running backs may not play, and that's okay. Honestly, if the running back position is important, is valuable, is as irreplaceable as we're being, that people want to lead us to believe that it is, they just won't play. And if that's the case, and then they turn out to be that valuable, they'll get paid. It's similar to like if you really want gas prices to go down, stop paying for gas.
Facts.
Right? Like it's just the way that it works, right? If you want, you strike, you stop putting your money. If you are mad that a company went woke, stop drinking Bud Light, right? That's like the situation. Now they're losing money, and now they're realizing how valuable their original customer base was.
CK,
right?
can I say this? CK, so look.
But hold on, let me finish.
No, you're good. You're good, Tuan.
Like when Christian McCaffrey ran for the 1,000. Now, if he was on a winning team, it would have seemed more justified. One of the things that these running backs can't gripe about is like this: if I catch the ball and I run the ball, and say 6 running backs go 1,000, right? They gonna say, "How you gonna lowball me when I'm catching more passes than some of the wide receivers on the team?"
Hey,
I'm running for more yards than some of the wide receivers.
We're not saying it's fair,
that is
man.
true. Hold on,
That's
Cody.
why tight ends wanted to get paid like fucking receivers. They was running for more yards.
They're $15, $20 million valuable players. They are. You could just go right up in the second round and grab Bryce Hall, and he'll be a $10, $12 million valuable player when his contract's done. But you're paying him on a second-year round. Like rookie contract, it just is what it is. It's just
if I run for more yards than the main wide receiver on the team, then I need my money. I need it.
Cody, that's
JJ. He didn't even make it.
Let me
wait. Time out. Let me let Wolf go, and then.
Hey, Wolf killing me with the facial expressions.
Go ahead, Wolf.
So basically what I'm hearing on the panel, and it's a great panel, by the way, great panel, great conversation. Basically, if you have a good enough running game, the quarterback, that helps the quarterback, right? That's what I'm hearing?
Yes. A good running back helps the fucking quarterback.
Always. Okay, great. So then there that goes. Okay, so then boom. But the Atlanta Falcons can't overpay Bijan Robinson because he's already locked up for 5 years. He's already
He's a
locked in
rookie
for
deal.
5 years,
He's on a
so
rookie
there's no way we could overpay him. So exactly, but we're not going back to the table with him for another 5 years. I said that like about an hour ago, right? We're not going. It's the same thing. If you see the curve of how business is, they're trying to get a good running back locked down, a dynamic running back, because Bijan can play damn near multiple positions. Okay. Everybody said here about versatility. Everybody used the word versatility here. Everybody used the word diverse here. So basically, that's what Bijan Robinson is. So we can't overpay for somebody that we have under contract. Tyler Algier is not striking. He's under a rookie contract. Khalib Huntley, he's under a rookie contract. So if Cordell Patterson wants to go out there with a picket sign, be my guest, buddy. Go out there with a picket sign and go crazy, do somersaults, do whatever you got to do.
Hey.
But I know my top 3 guys, they're under contract. They got to play on the rookie deals.
And that's not to say Patterson
what I
doesn't bring value to the Falcons. He does, but he's very
Of course
replaceable.
he does. Yeah.
Hey, what did the
Yes.
Giants offer Shaquan?
Where's Kevin? Oh, hey,
I'm right
what's
here.
up? White chocolate
What's up, bro?
express.
What's up,
Yeah,
bro?
okay. You changed
How
it
much
to
did
the
they
show.
offer him?
I'm gonna tell you this.
Yo,
Bro.
he's been here the whole time, and you're like,
I
oh
didn't
no,
realize
man, Cubs in here.
I thought he had on the Cody jersey.
Pickle,
Falcons
Pickle,
jersey.
you said they offered him like $13 million a year or something like that?
Yes.
And
Yes.
CMC is getting 16, right?
Right.
Just give him that.
Right.
Just give him an extra $3 million.
Bro,
Not that
listen.
big of a deal.
Let me tell you something that's going on in America right
They
now.
don't want to, man.
When these
That's
leagues
$3
start getting
million.
real,
He's your best offensive weapon.
Yeah, but they don't want to. They don't want to pay him.
when
$3
these
million.
leagues start getting real greedy,
Oh, they got other people they want to pay.
$3 million?
I mean, they do.
Who's
That's going to be
$3
paid
million?
over this year.
Listen, don't tell me about it. If you know what? Let's just give each starter on every team $30 million flat out.
You're arguing over $3 million.
It's gonna be like, come on, it's gonna be like the gift and the curse, bro. It's gonna be like the gift and the curse. You had the gift already, but now it's gonna be a curse. You don't want to pay the man? What the hell?
All right, so look.
What I was gonna say, Cody,
the Dodgers will be so sorry. Good. Back to the dumpster bin for these fucking trash ass fuckos. Good. I hope they fucking suck, dude. Hope they suck, dude.
y'all already seen in different professional leagues, man. When owners get fucking greedy over here, other countries notice. Dubai right now is trying to put together their own NFL.
No, don't say that. What?
Don't do nothing,
Who's gonna
dude.
go there? Stop
Yo,
that.
stop happening, yo,
Yo, man, you can't get this.
Stop that.
Let me
Stop
finish.
that.
Listen, check this out. You just seen it happen with golf.
Well, let him
You
go.
just saw what happened with the PGA.
Let him go.
Hold up, Pickle.
Let him go.
You just saw what happened with the PGA. The
PGA suck anyway.
You must not have seen Messi hit a fucking game-winning goal tonight for Miami. You must not see Messi hit a game-winning goal tonight.
Hold on. Let Twan finish. Go ahead,
Listen,
Twan.
the PGA just got into the money problems with their players. Over in the Middle East, then they put together what? The Live. And half of the dudes on the PGA left and went over there. Right now, they are currently trying to put together an NFL team. If you're not going to pay the running backs over here, those other countries like that will say, well, we value the running back over here.
Yeah,
They're going to value the quarterback more.
Let him go.
Listen, other countries got money too.
Let him go.
Yeah, but
I'm real
Twan,
serious.
Hold on.
Let him go.
But Twan, wait, can I respond?
It ain't gonna be no
Twan,
XFL shit either.
Twan,
Let him go.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be.
Cody, let him know. Go ahead, Cody. Let him know. Cody, go ahead.
Twan,
You remember
even if
NFL
they
Europe?
did that, yo, everybody shut up for a minute. Even if they did that, Twan, let's say they made a team in Saudi Arabia or whatever. They're going to learn the same way. They're going to have to follow the NFL salary cap, just like every other owner. If they're going to have to allocate a certain amount of dollars to every position, the same shit's about to happen. They're going to do that with the running back in the same way.
And CK, you know this, CK. What did they just do? They in the PGA and the fucking Live, then they just come together like
they combined them because they would
Yeah, they merged.
Yeah.
Because they
So what are you talking about, bro?
money apart.
So what you talking about, bro? Because they know they can't They know they can't do that, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm not starting a golf conversation. Hey, we're not talking about golf. Look, I hate to be.
Cody,
Look.
hold on. I want to say I'm gonna head out real quick. So I hope everyone's gonna have a great weekend. Check us out on Spaces with Pickle and D's, on Twitter Spaces Monday and Thursdays. Always feel free to come up here on the Friday free for alls, and always call in on Tuesdays. Shout out
Hell
C3.
yeah,
I love
appreciate
the
you, JJ.
podcast. Hope y'all have a great weekend.
Have a great night, JJ.
Happy to have you, JJ.
Appreciate you, brother.
I love being able to say I told you so. I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, listen.
I'm
Here's
trying
the
to
thing.
put that league together right now.
That might be true, but what are you going to do when they value all the other positions more than the running back when they go over? They might still get paid, but they're going to have the same issue. They're going to value the quarterback over top of them.
It won't be just a running back issue, because if they say, look, we paid this much money over here, then motherfuckers is going to look. Some of your favorite players might be inclined to be like,
they're
shit.
not going to be able to pay
It's happening already, Twan. This happened. It's called the USFL. This was Donald Trump had a team.
You tripping?
I'm tripping. What are you talking about, bro? They paid this man money, and then what happened?
Go overseas is because they get paid more money in other countries.
And what happened to Brittany Griner?
And what happened to Herschel Walker? What happened to Herschel Walker? What happened to Herschel Walker? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What happened to Herschel Walker, bro? He went there.
You're talking about a motherfucking 81.
This got off the rails real quick.
No, yeah, I'm muting everybody, but I have to get this shit under control, dog. I'm not about to turn this into no damn golf podcast, bro. I refuse to let that shit happen, okay?
Bro, I was making the comparison.
I know, I hear you, bro. I'm just saying that no matter who it is. No, what I'm saying is they're going to have to follow the same salary cap that the NFL owners and teams have now.
No, they don't.
If you're in the NFL,
they don't have to go by Americanized rules.
If you are in the NFL, then yes, you will have to.
I didn't say it was going to be the NFL overseas. I said
nobody's going to want to pay where no one's watching.
They're playing their own league.
They're not
the
going to
NFL
go over there.
overseas.
If you're a running back, you're not going to Saudi Arabia to play running back.
I am if I'm getting paid money. Shit.
All right,
Twan, you ain't gonna tell me where the fuck I'm going to make money.
Twan.
We're gonna wrap it up after this.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, hypothetically, some of these running backs go over there and play, right? Right, hypothetically.
It ain't just
not just right. Let's say some of these NFL players. How's that? Go over there and play. What happens when one of these NFL players takes their wife, over there with them? And all of a sudden, their wife gets thrown in jail because she ain't got a turban on.
Well, she better put a burqa on. Shit.
Exactly. What happens when one of their kids go over there and smacks the hell out of somebody because they have cultural differences?
Everybody don't live in America. Everybody
that's what I'm saying. You don't have to tell me.
I swear to God, we are not having a conversation.
They just
bro, I'm just saying. If y'all want to do this, if y'all want to do this, that's for another night and time.
People are moving to other
we
countries.
got to do
every
this shit
day.
at different fucking times. Look, here's what I'm going to do.
I'm moving to Canada. I ain't moving to Saudi Arabia.
It's 10:44. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to have their final word and their final thoughts on everything that we discussed today. Give us your final words, and we're about to be up out of here. Gentlemen, I appreciate everybody that participated in the free-for-all today. We wouldn't be able to have a show without y'all, so you know I appreciate it. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I got 11 people, so I'm going to have to filter someone in and out. I'm going to start with all right, Kev, I'm going to let Kev go first.
I just want to say, I love fried chicken.
Right. You better. How about that, bro?
That's all I got to say.
All right.
Kevin, we all
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, appreciate you. I'm gonna let my man Kyle in. Let me let my man Kyle back on the show. Kyle, what up, bro?
Hey, how we doing, guys? Sorry, my phone
what's up,
died.
man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Give me your final thoughts for the show tonight, man.
Man, what a great show! What a great show! I was laughing and just carrying on. But back to my man Wolf up there. I'm sorry, but you're taking that L. Week one, you're taking it. But no, for real, love having you on the show. Love being on the show. Twan, everybody, y'all have a great night. I'm out. You guys can catch me, Charlotte Sports 1 on YouTube and 910 Panther Fan on Twitter.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, man. Hey, help the rising tide lift all boats. Y'all support my man Kyle. Tell me the name of your show one more time.
It's Charlotte Sports 1 on YouTube.
Charlotte Sports 1. Everybody go there, like and subscribe, support my man Kyle.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you as always, brother. Next up, I'm going to go to my man Michael Wydrick. Michael, you know we love having you on the show, man. Give me your final thoughts for the show tonight, man.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say thanks, Cody, for having me on. Shout out to Twan, who had me on his show yesterday, I think, but I don't know. And also, I would like to see Brian Burns make an impact on this defense a lot more. And my final thoughts on this is going to be this. Twan, you guys can follow me at Michael Wydrick #2.
On Twitter, Michael Wydrick #2. Michael, really appreciate you, bro. Happy you could join the show tonight, man.
All right.
Next
All
up.
right, much appreciated.
Yeah, man. Next up, I'm gonna go to my man Al. Al the Sailor. Al, happy you could join the show, man. Tell us your final thoughts or whatever you want to say on the show tonight, man.
Thanks, guys. Of course, always love, bro. Thank you, guys. Of course, but
sure.
They just paid Ronaldo $250 million to go to fucking Saudi Arabia. He didn't even last 3 months. So
wow.
He got his money though.
He got his money though. Exactly.
Al, we appreciate you, bro.
And then, my bad. Let me go. My bad. Go ahead. Let me go one more time. Fuck, it's not gonna be out of Taylor no more, bro. It's gonna be out of Uber, bro. Fucking Sailor is done for, bro. Fuck the sailing shit. I'm done with that shit, dude.
Oh, you're done with it. All right.
Yeah.
He's done with that sailor life. Hey, that's what's up. Embark upon that next journey, man.
And plus, man, thank you guys, of course, man. All the time, man. It's always love, Cody. Thank you.
Man,
Thank
no
you
problem,
for having me here, bro.
Hey, anytime,
and come on, man. I'm still blocked on your shit, bro. I can't even write no comments or nothing, bro.
I didn't block you, bro. I'm like, I don't know how that happened.
But you gotta unblock me though. I don't know who your moderators are, whatever. But you gotta get me off of that shit, man. I can't even say shit on that shit though. But thanks, guys. For having me.
Hold up, man. Is it possible for you to block somebody on YouTube forever?
I don't know who blocked me, but they blocked me forever, bro.
All right, well,
what's your name?
all you have to do is
name
go
on
into your
YouTube?
settings.
I'll find it.
It's the Sailor. It's right there. Thanks, Cody. Thank you, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, man. Have a great night, Al. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. Enjoy the World Cup.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Next up, I'm going to go to my man Clay, Pantherology. Man, I appreciate you joining the show tonight, man. You had some great points. Tell us where they can find your content, how they can support you, and give us your final thoughts on everything tonight, man.
I come on here once in a while, and it's upsetting. I need to come on here more, so I'll definitely will. But I am live Monday through Friday on Pantherology, live every day, 12:15 EST, lunch break with me, just talk about Carolina Panthers content, but I also have been bringing in some NFL content. Also been bringing in some NFL trivia for some fun on there, so you can please follow me there, Pantherology on YouTube. Also, you can follow me on TikTok at Ropstar92_. I've been doing some NFL content on there. So I'm just trying to bring as much content, Carolina Panther content, NFL content as much as possible, day in and day out.
Are you on Twitter?
That's it, man.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. Same thing, Rockstar92_.
Rockstar 92. I think we
Yeah.
already follow each other.
Yeah. I follow you, Twan. Yeah, I'll get up with you, brother. I promise you.
Yeah,
I promise you. I'll get up with you.
absolutely. Hit me up, bro.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate everybody.
Next up. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, Clay. Next up, he's probably the only Falcons fan I know on the internet that I like.
No,
really,
you are.
really. Shut your ass up. I'll drop you right this. As a matter of fact, you know what? No, you already had your line. No, you're done for the night. Get your ass off the show. Yeah, that's right. And I just dropped your ass out. What's up?
Are you and Kevin enemies?
Hey, you mess with the bull, you get the horns, bro. You might find out the hard way, son.
Bro.
Hey, but sorry about that. But anyway, as I was saying, I don't fuck with very many Falcons fans. Yep. But when I do, it's Wolf A1 Day 1. Wolf, I appreciate you, brother. Let me know, tell them where they can find you, man.
We ain't going to bed.
Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Catch me on YouTube, Wolf Day 181. Remember to get your life up, not your likes up. Mr. Do me a favor, don't do me no favors. So it's been a great show. You guys definitely pushed the Panther Nation forward, and I appreciate that. It's definitely good to have great enemies. So week 1, we'll see what number 9 does against number 9, right? That's the matchup I want to see, number 9 against number 9. And like I said, man, I'm the only Atlanta Falcons fan that'll tap any link. If you drop any link, Panther fans, you drop any link, I am there. Even if I'm by myself, which I'm by myself today, as you can see, and I still handle some business. But I appreciate everybody. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for having me on, man. Definitely a great conversation is good, man. There's power in conversation. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, man, credit to Wolf. He's never afraid to jump on with a room full of Panther fans, man. So you have to respect that, man. He's not afraid to come in the Panthers' den. You know what I'm saying?
That's
so,
it.
Shout out my man Wolf.
He knows greatness when he sees it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
I hope you got that. I hope you're going to be here week 1, Piccolo, that Monday.
Oh, you know it. Win or lose, I'm going to be here.
All right.
In week 1.
Yeah, week 1. I got some tissues coming. Don't worry about it, Piccolo.
You're going to know that.
Next up, you know him from the 704 Charlotte Bound Show. Anytime he's on the show, it always makes for a spirited discussion. So I got love for my man Twan Don. Twan, shout out your content and give us your final thoughts for the free-for-all, man.
Hey, shout out to Wolf, first of all, man. You know what I'm saying? Much respect to that, man. Always representing his team, you know what I'm saying? Not being afraid to debate. Incredible. Hey, number 2, man, shout out to CK, man. Thank you for the discussion, the debate today, man. I love the way that we challenged each other, you know what I'm saying? That was incredible. CK know his shit. I got a lot more respect for him now, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got to get my facts right when I know I'm coming to him, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out my man, Pantherology, man. Being able to go face-to-face with him tonight, man. All these content creators, man. Can't wait to do something with that, man. Kevin, the comedian that he is all the time. My man, Pickle. That's Uncle Pick. You know what I'm saying? With JJ still in here. Shout out to the young boy JJ and my man down. He just told me his name, man.
Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Shout
sir.
out to Kyle, man. I wanted to get each and every one of y'all, man. It was fantastic tonight. And Cody.
Yeah.
Shout out to Cody, man. We gonna battle until we can't battle no more. Shout out to C3 Panther Podcast, man. Y'all know what it is over here. Friday Free for All. I'm out.
Appreciate you, Twan. Hey, Twan, you about to be at the PNP show on the 29th, right?
I see you.
I'll meet you there, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, that would be real
First
fun.
drink on me, Cody.
Yeah, man, you already know. Hey, next up, you know him, you love him. He was late, but that's okay, man. That traffic is a biatch, and we already know it. And it wouldn't be a Friday free-for-all without the man Panther Pickle. Pickle. Give me your final thoughts for the show, man.
I just now found out that Bryce Young signed his contract earlier today. Did not know that.
Oh, you just now found out? Yeah, we did
this
that.
out.
Yeah, we did. That was the whole first part of the show today.
But anyway, that's kind of a formality anyway. But y'all check me and Deets out at 6:30 on Mondays and Thursdays. I'm still working on some kinks on that Twitter Spaces, but we get through anyway. So, but y'all check us out, and I just wanted to show a reminder to a lot of folks who may not know this. I didn't know this till Tony brought it up the other day. To attend training camp this year, you have to have tickets. They're still free, but you have to have tickets, and a lot of folks don't know this. I got my tickets yesterday. So if you're planning to do a training camp, go get your tickets, folks, because you don't want to show up and find out you can't get in.
Amen.
Is Diesel still in?
Yeah, he is, I think. But I don't know if he's at his computer.
I meant to ask him. He is fully guaranteed contract. Is that normal for a rookie quarterback?
No, it's not fully. It's 27 point something.
No, it's
million.
fully. It's 27 million as a signing bonus.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was fully guaranteed.
It is.
That's what this article on ESPN says.
Is that normal for a rookie quarterback?
Nope.
Yeah.
Or just a first round rookie?
I think it is now for the first round, but the holdup was the signing bonus when you get it.
Did Trevor Lawrence get a fully guaranteed or something like that?
I think so.
Nope.
I think he did.
It's not normal.
Damn.
I think it is.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do. We'll do some more research before Tuesday night when we do the show again.
I just said no.
Here's
your research.
Yeah.
Danny Zappi will never forget your name.
Yeah. So speaking of Tuesday night, Tony will be at my house, so we will do the show from my house, but we will also be joined by CK, the legend, the voice that makes them moist. CK, give me your final thoughts for the show today, bro.
You gotta put the thing on. You gotta put the auto tune on, bro.
I'll do that before I get done. First, I want to. I'm disappointed Michael left, man. I was going to ask him why he looked like he was in a Netflix documentary telling secrets about the FBI or something, because he had that silhouette going there at the end. But no, man, it's been fun. I've been enjoyed. I know I don't get to come on Friday Free for Alls very often, but I was happy to be here with you fellas. Obviously Tuesday is going to be it might be a short show for me because I'm going to have to get up like ridiculously early to get down to training camp. But I certainly will be looking forward to seeing whoever's out there. By the way, I've asked the other creators if there's anybody who hasn't gotten their ticket and there's none left on the day 1 or 2. I have like 2 or 3 extra. So feel free, reach out.
Meeting?
What is that?
To the meetup?
No, to the training camp.
Oh, okay.
The first and second practice on the 26th and the 27th. So if anybody is having trouble finding any, it sounds like there's not an issue if Pickle just got some. So we'll see. But if you guys have any trouble and you need that extra couple tickets, just hit me up.
All right.
I ain't said my big ass in a hot ass.
Hey, Cody, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, man.
I will be there for the Monday night football game, the Saints week 2. So I am going to announce a meetup.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I'll be there. I'll be at that game.
We play the Saints week 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
In
Monday
Charlotte?
Night Football.
Yep.
Yeah. Monday Night Football.
I got it. Damn, bro.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
lit.
so I'm gonna announce a meetup, and I was gonna invite a bunch of the creators and stuff to do something, and hopefully grab some drinks and some food, and
yeah, man,
have some fun.
Man, put that shit together, Pantherology. Look, man.
I will.
My wife
might go to
is
that
a
game
Saints
too.
fan. I'm gonna crush her ass that night.
Hey,
let me Don, are you there, man? Diesel Skills. He might be away from his computer.
Yeah, he's away.
No, I'm here. I'm just low power, brother.
No, hey, I hear you, bro. Hey, like always.
Come on, look at the chat.
I saved the final word for my brand ambassador, my man D's Ill Skills. I appreciate you for joining, man. Give me your final thoughts for the show today, bro.
All right, man. I appreciate it. First of all, if I just cut out and stop talking, just move on and end the show because, like I said, I'm low power here.
I'll take over.
First of all, I appreciate everyone for joining the panel for the C3 Panthers podcast tonight. You guys found a way to piss me off once again to the point where I didn't want to say anything without screaming and yelling at each and every one of you. So I appreciate that because we always seem. No, I'm good. We always. I have begged people all week long to join this podcast and come on and say what they have to say. And it's absolutely fine. Come give your take about the Panthers on a Friday night free-for-all. And if you're not ready for that, come in on Tuesdays. The Tuesday night show, you can do your cat call at 252-228-1598. Give your Panthers opinion. And leading right into that, if you're not ready to make a cat call and be on such a big stage, and you're not ready to come on to the Friday night free-for-all and be on such a large stage, just come join the spaces with me and Panther Pickle, JJ, White Chocolate Espresso, Anthony Picarello. All these guys, C3, Colby, and Cole has been a part of all these spaces, man. Just come in, join us. You can pop in and say what you have to say about the Panthers if you're not ready for the bigger stage. That is exactly what this is for. And my guys have been plugging it all night long, man. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to y'all. You guys are just great to work with and great to be a part of. Shout out to CK. Thanks for being a part of the Friday night free-for-all, man. I wanted you to shame everybody tonight so bad I couldn't stand it. I just wanted to put some shame on the chat. So shout out to my man in the chat. Was it True Money? True Making Money. Shout out to him. And then once again, shout out to Pantherology, bro. I didn't know that was your Twitter handle, so I appreciate you, man. And I really enjoyed being a part of the podcast with you tonight. We're running out of time, guys. You got to go to CarolinaCatChronicles.com, and you've got to get your C3 T-shirt. You've got to have it in time for the big get together next week, man. I mean, it's coming up next week. We're all getting together, everybody from C3. And along with that, I did find out today that you don't have to have tickets. You can't walk in. Traffic is welcome, but you got to remember that you're running the chance of them, closing the gates and saying, well, we've got too many, because this is a big year for the Panthers. And this is what everybody is excited and hyped up about. So I would suggest go ahead and getting those tickets just to be on the safe side. Remember to bring your water and bring something protective. You want some sunscreen, you want a hat, whatever it may be. We don't want our C3 fans and our C3 members getting burnt and scorched out there hanging out and watching these Panthers practice. I just wanted to say, yes, just like that. I appreciate everyone that's been a part of the C3 Panthers podcast, and I appreciate everyone that's agitated me to the point where I just wanted to yell, scream, and throw my phone tonight. Thank you for joining C3, and we'll just catch you next time right here on the Friday Free-for-All.
I'll be back next Friday.
I'll be back next Friday so I can piss you off again.
Yeah, bro. Hey, look. Eric said, is D's doing the halftime speeches yet? Because he needs to be, man. D's will give a speech that will make you want to run through a wall. Shout out, Don. You're my man, D's. Listen, I appreciate y'all so much.
All I said was I love chicken.
Yeah, I mean, yours was black as hell compared to his, man. So, and that's apparent. But, hey, look.
You are what you eat, ain't you, Kim?
Hey, man, so look, we're about to be out of here. My name is Cody Lashley, host of the C3 Friday Free-for-All. Until this Tuesday night at 9, you already know what we're about to do. Keep pounding.